I gotta admit, I'm a little nervous. I'm a little nervous tonight. It's pretty scary to talk about your political opinions in a public setting. Sound effects are turned off, Cameron. I knew you were going to do that. We're talking about serious stuff tonight, Cameron. We're trying to be serious. So I turned the sound effects off. Death roll is also disabled. All of those sound effects are turned off. Nope, you're just continuing to use the sound effects that aren't working because we're being serious tonight, Cameron. We're talking about politics, and while I'm talking about forceful expulsion of immigrants, I don't want "Where's Cameron" to be going off in the background. You almost had a subscriber for a full year. Almost. Oh man, I'm so sorry. But if that's the way things have to be, then that's just the way they're gonna have to be. I'm excited for tonight. I'm also worried for tonight because it's scary to espouse your political opinions in public to people. It's also scary. Like these are complex issues that require nuance and the deft hand of educated experts, educated and experienced experts, of which I am not one, definitely, in any way. And so, I literally have been tweaking this presentation until 2 seconds ago. But yeah, we're gonna, I'm excited about it. I think it'll be good. We're gonna go through all of the candidates. This looks very well put together. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. We're going to go through all the different candidates. You can see the agenda below me. We're going to talk about voting first, and then we're going to talk about all the federal candidates, and then we're going to talk about all the state candidates, and then we're going to talk about all the local candidates. There will be space in between each section to do Q&A stuff. Once I kind of get going, I'm not going to be engaging with chat very much at all, just so that I can stay focused on getting through the information, because there's a ton. There are 103 slides in this presentation, which some say is too many, but others say is still too many. But we're gonna go through them quickly. We're gonna be focused. We're not gonna read chat until we get to the in between sections. Then I will kind of scroll back and see what people have been talking about, but kind of save maybe some of your bigger questions if you want them to get answered until we get to those Q&A sections. Because then we'll talk about a couple of things in a little bit more detail. I want to be upfront before we begin any of this and say that this is an incomplete picture of the complexities of the issues that grieve both our national community, our state community, and our local community. And So don't rely upon this to know everything that you need to know about these elections. But in the past, I have been frustrated by the fact that I would show up to vote and I'd look at the ballot and I wouldn't even recognize half of the positions or what their jobs were on the ballot, much less who any of the candidates were. Didn't even couldn't even visualize or picture them, much less know anything about how they're going to vote or what their political opinions are going to be. And so my voting was team sporty a lot of the time, because I kind of knew generally what Republicans stand for and kind of knew generally what Democrats stood for. But then there was this weird green on my ballot, and I didn't know what that was. I just wasn't going to vote for them, I guess. And so because my voting was kind of team sporty, especially once I started really taking my responsibility for engaging in my community seriously, I wanted to be less team sporty, and I wanted to be more educated about the different candidates. And it is a phenomenally difficult thing to be educated about these candidates. Much less so, you can watch tons of YouTube videos on either of these candidates from many different perspectives, and get a good amount of information on federal candidates, presidential candidates, even your federal state candidates, your the senator for Texas or the U.S. representative for Texas. You can probably find a good amount of information on those people as well. But especially once you get to the local level, we're talking about Jefferson County or the city level, it's very difficult to find any information whatsoever. And I was always frustrated by that. And so I have endeavored to, as I feel the obligation to put together this kind of information just for myself so that I vote more educatedly, I have endeavored to put it into a format that is consumable by people, so that you can help yourself be educated as well. That said, this is incomplete and imperfect. So don't use it as your only source, especially for candidates that you know you're going to be able to find more information on. It also, I'm not going to have any illusion at all of this guide being unbiased or bipartisan. I think most people would probably say that my political opinions are pretty liberal. I think I would probably classify myself as pretty left-leaning politically. And I'm not going to hide that fact while I go through this information. I'm going to endeavor to kind of present the information as unbiasedly or as objectively as I can. But certainly the aggregation of this information has been done from my specific experience and perspective. And in a lot of ways, I haven't shied away from that because I think there's a reason why I have the specific perspective and have interpreted the world in the way that I do. And so this is biased. Be aware of that. It is left-leaning, liberally biased. So any information you're going to get from me tonight, and any information that you're going to get out of this guide, if you are more right-leaning or more conservative, you certainly want to bear in mind that maybe take all of this with a big grain of salt, because somebody who is pretty antithetically opposed to those ideas is the person who compiled this information. But also, if you are liberal or more left-leaning, my opinion is not complete or even like real good sometimes. And so certainly don't take this as your only information on a lot of these candidates. I would strongly advise you to go and do your research for yourself, and to better educate yourselves on these candidates and these issues. So with that disclaimer out of the way, we're going to just jump in. We're going to jump right into it. It's going to be fine. It's only a little scary, but it's going to be good. I'm excited about it. We're going to talk about something pretty uncontroversial right at the beginning, which is voting and how to vote. This is going to be geared for how to vote in Jefferson County in Texas. And so some of the details, specific details in here might not be accurate for wherever you're watching this from. But these details for how to vote and how to go about voting, these details are going to be specific to Jefferson County in Texas. So early voting in Jefferson County starts October 21st and ends on November 1st. You can get all of the different locations. And I forgot to say, if you want to download this guide, you can download the full PDF of this entire presentation in the chat if you do command download. And you can get this website on all the different locations for where you can go vote, and you can get like a sample guide and all that kind of stuff, and like what times each location is going to be available during early voting. You can get all that information at jeffersonelections.com, or you can do command vote in the chat, and that'll give you the jeffersonelections.com link. Early voting is October 21st through November 1st. And then election day is Tuesday, November 5th from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. You want to make sure that you get to the polls within that time frame, because they will close the doors. Oftentimes there will be a line outside of the building at 7 p.m. and they will close the doors on you. So I would strongly advise getting there early if you are planning on voting on election day. But certainly it makes things a little bit easier on your awesome, like Ham Solo, who's probably not in chat right now. But Ham is an election worker, and it certainly makes it easier on them if you can go do early voting. Voting registration ends in Jefferson County in Texas on October 7th. So that is not this coming Monday, but next Monday. You need to be registered to vote if you are not already by that point. You can check to see if you're registered to vote at votetexas.gov. Or you can figure out how to register to vote if you are not already registered by going to votetexas.gov, or you can do command register in the chat like Cameron is doing. Whenever you go to vote, you will need to have one of these forms of ID. These are the acceptable forms of ID in Jefferson County in Texas, like your driver's license, pretty standard, or like a passport if you don't have a driver's license. Whenever you get to the polling location, you will not be able to have your phone out inside of the polling location. You can have your phone out outside, but you won't be able to have it out inside. So we're going to go through a lot of information in this guide. We're going to go through a lot of information on all the different candidates, and there's going to be a lot of candidates. So you might not be able to remember everybody that you want to vote for in every single election. If you can't, you want to make sure that you write that down on a slip of paper. Or like what I do is I'll print out the sample ballot and I'll fill out the sample ballot and I'll bring that with me. You're allowed to do that. But you are not allowed, in Texas, you are not allowed to have your phone out inside the polling location. So you won't be able to store that information on your phone. That is a really important rule that lots of people have gotten in trouble over. So that'll mess up your day. This is what your sample ballot is going to look like. Well, this is what your ballot is going to look like. This is a sample ballot. You can find this sample ballot on jeffersonelections.com. Here it is. This is, you can see all the different candidates here on your sample ballot. It'll give you like a little how to fill it out and stuff like that. But it'll give you like president and then U.S. senator and then U.S. representative for District 14. And it'll go all the way over for all the way down to like, this is Jefferson County sheriff. It'll get more and more local the further you go through it. We are going to be following the order that is present on the ballot. So, whoops, too far. We're going to be following the order that is on this ballot as we go throughout this guide. We're going to be talking about every candidate that is up for election that is contested on this ballot, which is going to take a hot minute, so settle in. We are doing not all of these candidates. These are all the candidates that are on the ballot. This is a ton of candidates. We are going to be doing all of these candidates, slightly less because a lot of those elections are uncontested. People like our local Texas our local Texas House of Representative Dade Phelan is running uncontested in his election, and so you'll see like Texas House of Representative Dade Phelan on there. But he won't have any other name, and so you can only select Dade Phelan's name or not. But he will definitely win that election since he's not contested. These are all the different elections that are contested on the federal level, the state level, and the Jefferson County level. If you are in Bevel Oaks or Groves locally, you have a couple of city elections. You're going to have to do that work on your own because that's too specific. We already are covering way too much in this guide. And so I'm not going to talk about the specific city elections that are happening in Bevel Oaks and Groves, but some of them are like pretty important. Like, it's like city council members and like the mayor, I think, of Groves is on the ballot. So you want to go and check those out. But whenever you go in to vote, you will, like, if I'm not registered to vote in Groves, I won't get those options on my ballot whenever it comes in. And then there is a special Proposition A election for Beaumont ISD on the ballot as well. And we're going to be talking about what that means. Whenever you go to vote, you will arrive at the polling location. And you'll give the election worker your ID and you'll tell them your name. They'll pull you up in the system and confirm you, and then they will give you one of these ballots. In Texas, they give you 3 paper ballots. Again, all of this is specific for Jefferson County in Texas. They're going to give you 3 separate paper ballots. You pick one at random, and then you take that ballot and you walk it over to the machine. And on the right side of the machine is going to be a little slot that you insert your ballot into, and it'll get sucked up into the machine. And the machine will like read whatever special code is on it that is specific to you. And then it'll come up on the screen a digital form of your ballot. And so you'll get to go through on the screen and fill in all the little bubbles for all of the different candidates all the way through your ballot. then you'll click finish, and it will print your choices onto your physical paper ballot inside the machine, and it'll spit that back out. You have to remember to take that ballot and go deposit it at the receptacle near the exit. If you do not, just clicking the bubbles on the machine is not voting. Your ballot will not be counted if you do not take it to the receptacle near the exit and put it in the receptacle. Sometimes it's like a machine that you put it into, but sometimes it's just like a tray. So, you'll see near the exit. You'll definitely be able to figure it out whenever you get there. And like I said, these are going to be all the candidates that are on it. These are the only ones we're going to be talking about tonight. We're going to be talking about 4 federal elections for president and vice president, for our Texas U.S. Senator. That's between Ted Cruz and Colin Allred. That's a really important election. We're going to be talking about both the elections for U.S. Representative for District 14 and for District 36. Depending on where you're registered to vote, you will only get on your ballot District 14 or District 36. The boundary line is like right through the middle of Beaumont. So if you're like in South Beaumont or live south and kind of like east or kind of like west of Beaumont, that's going to be District 36, and then North Beaumont and like Lumberton and stuff like that. Even though that's Hardin County now, but whatever. North Beaumont, that's all District 14. So depending on where you're registered to vote, that's what you're going to get on your ballot. Then we have 7 different state elections. Railroad Commissioner, Christy Craddock is our current Railroad Commissioner in Texas. And we're going to be talking a lot about Christy Craddock because that's another really important election. But then we have 6 different judicial elections in Texas. In Texas, we have basically like 2 Supreme Courts. We have the Supreme Court, which sees civil cases. Then we have the Court of Criminal Appeals, which sees criminal cases. And so there are 3 justices on the Texas Supreme Court up for election. We're going to be talking about all of those. And then 3 judges on the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals. We're going to be talking about those. And then in Jefferson County, there are 4 elections. Technically, there's only 3 contested elections. Sheriff, County Tax Assessor-Collector, and Justice of the Peace for Precinct 1, Place 1. But there's a special writing candidate for County Commissioner for Precinct 1 that I like a lot. So we're going to be talking about that writing candidate just for a little bit. And then the last thing will be a little special portion on your ballot for BISD Proposition A, which has to do with like taxes and stuff. So before we move on to federal, you got a question in here. I saw, Cameron. Before we move on to federal, we'll talk a little bit about voting questions. If you have other voting questions, get them in now. And then there will be a time at the very end of the presentation for questions as well. I'm going to be asking questions I hope you don't judge me for. No, I had no idea there was a railroad commissioner. Neither did I. I mean, well, I did, but before I really started like getting serious about understanding what's on my ballot, I didn't know there was a railroad commissioner either. And it's a monumentally commands are turned off, Will. Sorry. Do you know if Nederland is in District 36? I'm almost positive Nederland is District 36. But we're going to be talking about the District 14 and District 36 candidates. So, we'll get there eventually. And the whole VOD's going to be up, but I'm going to also cut this up and post it. So if you can't hang out for the entire stream, don't panic. I'm out of here. Okay. But yeah, railroad commissioner is a vitally important election, and it has nothing to do with railroads. It's fascinating. The Texas Department of Transportation oversees railroads in Texas. The Texas Railroad Commissioner oversees the oil and gas industries and like mining and stuff. And so they are the person who's like responsible for prosecuting oil companies whenever they like spill a bunch of oil on your land and stuff, or like if they aren't following regulations about like putting specific scent in like odorless gases that are flammable or toxic. Certain like petroleum companies have to put scent in it so that you can smell that those gases are leaking, and if they're not doing that, then the Texas Railroad Commissioner is responsible for prosecuting those companies. Oh yeah, this sounds serious. It is tremendously serious. And so I'm super excited to talk about Railroad Commissioner because it's an insane story. Because in Texas, Um, oil companies are allowed to fund campaigns. So Christy Craddock is kind of a monster. Remember what I was saying earlier about the fact that I'm biased, and you're going to hear a lot of biases in this? You're going to hear a lot of biases in this. But we are going to talk about Christy Craddock whenever we get to Railroad Commissioner, which is in the state section and not the federal section. We are talking about federal elections right now, and the first federal election is for president and vice president. The 4 different options that you're going to see on your Texas ballot is the option for the Republican Party, Democratic Party, Libertarian Party, and Green Party. We're not going to be talking about any of the third-party candidates. I'm so sorry for third-party lovers. In my opinion, it is so mathematically improbable that a third-party candidate will ever come near being able to win any election, really. I mean, the only level that a third-party candidate is even going to come close to being able to win is like on a local level, much less on like a federal, national level like this. It is statistically impossible for the Libertarian, if not like outright, like some of these parties aren't registered to be on the ballot in enough states to even be able to get the electoral college vote. So in a lot of circumstances, it is mathematically impossible completely for a third-party candidate to become to win any of these elections, because it is so statistically improbable that any of these third-party candidates are going to win. We're not going to talk about any of the third-party candidates, but I will mention them, and you'll get their picture here. So if you want to look them up and maybe vote for them in the future, you can do that. But we are going to just be talking about, for the presidential election, the candidates for the Republican Party and the Democratic Party. That is Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance for the Republican Party, and Kamala Harris and Tim Walz for the Democratic Party. And we're going to get them out of the way quick. We're talking about Donald Trump, who is the candidate for president for the Republican Party. Remember, like I said, this is going to be. I'm biased. I lean left. I have not endeavored to remain entirely unbiased in this guide. I try to be a little unbiased. I try to be a little objective. But I hold the political opinions that I hold for specific reasons. I think those are important reasons. And so you're going to hear a lot of my biases here. But I am endeavoring to present information about these candidates, including Donald Trump, in as unbiased and objective of a way that I can. So here we go. Donald Trump. The way that this is going to work, especially for like the candidates that we're going to go into a lot of detail on, like presidential, is we're going to talk about their history, and then we're going to talk about their policies. We're going to talk, especially like for candidates like Donald Trump, who he has been president before. We're going to talk about the history of like policies that he presented and how those played out while he was in the position that he ran for. And then policies that he's presenting as he's running for that position again in the future. So we're going to talk first about Donald Trump's history, and then we're going to go back and forth between, for each different policy issue, we're going to talk about how it played out historically and then how he's planning on doing it in the future. So Donald Trump, before he was president, was a real estate developer and television personality in New York City. He was owner and operator of significant properties in New York, including Trump Tower, the Grand Hyatt Hotel, Atlantic City Casinos, and the Mar-a-Lago Club and Resort in Palm Beach, Florida. A few important facts that I think are really important to know, especially as these details play out later on in this guide, about his time before he was president, are that he was prosecuted and convicted of violating the Fair Housing Act of 1978 whenever for properties that he owned and operated. There were reports that he was telling black renters that they didn't have any vacancies. And so the Department of Justice sent investigators into these properties, black investigators and white investigators, to see, if that was true. And so the manager of these properties would tell black potential tenants, that they didn't have any vacancies and that they couldn't rent there, but would tell white potential tenants that they did have vacancies and that they would be excited to see them rent there. The Department of Justice prosecuted Donald Trump for this and convicted him. He had to pay restitution for violating the Fair Housing Act in 1978. That is an important detail, and Donald Trump is a politically charged figure, and so obviously people are going to contest the facts of this case. But that is a thing that exists in his past, and I feel like for any other candidate, if that thing existed in their past, I would feel obligated to talk about it. Violations of the Fair Housing Act exist in Donald Trump's past, which is kind of crazy. He also has filed for bankruptcy 6 different times. His largest one was for the Trump Taj Mahal, which was an enormous casino in Atlantic City, which he took a $3 billion loan out for and defaulted on and filed for bankruptcy. And then most recently, before he was president, he was really famous for being the host of NBC reality TV series The Apprentice and The Celebrity Apprentice. Now we're going to talk about his issues, the history of his issues, and the future policy stances on these specific issues. There are so many different issues that we could talk about. There are so many different issues that we could talk about to gauge what's going to be important, what's not going to be important. One of the chief issues for me is foreign policy, like what's happening in Israel right now. We're not going to talk about that very much at all tonight, because what has consistently been polling as Americans' 3 top issues whenever they are trying to find information about these candidates are their stances on the economy, their stances on immigration, and their stances on healthcare / abortion, because abortion is healthcare. Those are the 3 main points: economy, immigration, and abortion. So we're going to look at the history of Donald Trump's economic policies and how they played out historically. And then we're going to look at the future policies that he's planning on implementing on each one of these different issues. Real quick, before we do that, I'm going to go get some waters. I forgot to grab water. I'm going to be so thirsty. Like I said, we are going to talk about... We're going to talk about Donald Trump's economic policies historically and in the future, immigration and healthcare and abortion. So here we go. We're going to dive right into it. Historically, several of Donald Trump's, like I said, this is not going to be exhaustive, but several of his top issues that he was fighting for economically were tax cuts. He promised 25 million new jobs during his first term. And he prioritized America First policies, which were largely about tariffs and stuff, to try to bring manufacturing jobs back to the United States. So the way that each one of these policies played out in Donald Trump's tenure as president of the United States, I don't think we're quite to the way that he anticipated. Trump enacted sweeping tax cuts for both very rich people and for average, everyday citizens. Trump permanently cut the corporate federal tax rate. That's the tax rate that corporate businesses pay. Trump permanently cut the corporate federal tax rate from 35% to 21%. That's a 40% decrease for corporations. And temporarily, until 2025, cut the individual federal tax rate for us from 39.6% to 37%. That's a 7% decrease. Hooray, I guess. Hooray for decrease in tax rate, kind of. But I would have liked to have that 40% number, I think. And like I said, that individual tax rate is going to expire next year. Kamala Harris has promised to, if elected, keep that tax rate in place for that individual federal tax rate in place for people who make less than $400,000 a year. As a result of these tax cuts, whenever the nation is taking in less income in the form of taxes, but maintaining the same level of spending, you're going to start running a deficit. And so certainly Donald Trump increased the national deficit by $7.8 trillion from about $20 trillion whenever he started to about $28 trillion whenever he ended. That's a 40% increase in the national deficit or the national debt. That is the third largest increase in United States history for a single president. The only presidents that increased the national debt more than Donald Trump did were George Bush Jr. during the Iraq and Afghanistan wars, and Abraham Lincoln during the Civil War. So Donald Trump increased the national deficit tremendously. COVID happened during Donald Trump's tenure, and there's going to be a lot of these facts that are going to be complicated because of COVID whenever it happened. That said, a lot of this, a significant portion of this debt was incurred before COVID ever happened. And like I said, it just makes logical sense. Whenever you are taking in less income through taxes, but not cutting spending significantly, which Donald Trump did not do, then you're going to incur a debt. And that's what he did. He also promised to add 25 million new jobs over the course of his first term. However, 2.7 million jobs were lost during Trump's presidency. For comparison, jobs increased by 15.7 million during Joe Biden's term and 1.2 million during Obama's first term and 10.4 million during Obama's second term. Donald Trump is the first president to have a negative job increase during his presidency since Herbert Hoover in the 30s. So like 100 years. This one is one that is because of COVID. You're absolutely correct. I'm gonna try not to read chat, but I'm gonna address sometimes. Absolutely because of COVID. This one is one that is for sure gonna be very skewed by the COVID number, especially because a lot of the federal government's policy was to furlough staff during COVID era. And the policy that they were recommending to businesses was to cut staff during intense periods of outbreak, or to have people work from home, and not every person. Hey, buddy, and not every single person could, and not every single business could do that. And so certainly this is a number that is very strongly affected by COVID. But that said, I do think that Donald Trump's response to COVID was his response to COVID and could have been a lot better. I think that Joe Biden enacted the Defense Production Act, which allowed him to allocate Department of Defense funds and Department of Defense resources to build ventilators and to manufacture PPE and to distribute those more broadly throughout the entire country. He also had a pretty strong, a much stronger compared to Trump, national strategy for dealing with COVID. Trump was, I think, a lot more reluctant to address COVID in like national federal ways because every state was very much up in the air about how they wanted to respond to it. Every state had a very different way to go about responding, especially southern states. And so in an effort to not make them upset, I think Trump kind of had a pretty easy, light touch federally, which meant there was a lot of chaos, especially between states, and a lot of like confusion about how to operate in the face of a unprecedented global pandemic. So while definitely the 2.7 million job loss number is affected by COVID, I think that it could have been mitigated if Donald Trump had responded to COVID more effectively. And then the last major economic policy of Donald Trump's was his America First policies in an effort to increase manufacturing jobs in the U.S. In order to do so, he enacted pretty heavy tariffs on imports into the United States. A tariff is a tax that people who import goods pay on whatever they're importing from specific countries. So if the United States levies for example, a 20% tax on imports from China, then people who sell Chinese goods in the United States have to pay 20% extra whenever they import goods from China to the federal government. Tariffs are often used as a tool to disincentivize people from purchasing imports from specific countries or the specific goods from specific countries. Like Joe Biden has used tariffs to try to increase chip manufacturing in the United States by putting pretty high tariffs on Chinese and Taiwanese microchip imports. But Trump had a much more broad-minded tariff policy and enacted large tariffs across the board, huge baseline tariffs. Economists estimate that Trump's tariffs on foreign imports as of May 2019 cost the average U.S. family about $415 per year. Because as those goods increase for importers of, as those prices increase for importers of goods, those importers pass that price on to the consumer. Certainly, if somebody's going to take a hit, that 20% tax on goods from China is going to increase the amount of operating cost for the business. If somebody's going to eat that money, it's certainly going to be the consumer and not the business. I don't know any business people who are going to say, you know what, let's keep these goods cheap for the consumer. I'll take the less profit. That sounds silly. And so that increased the price of a lot of goods, especially like Donald Trump was, because he was focused specifically on manufacturing, really increased tariffs on like steel and aluminum goods that are used in manufacturing often. But whenever you increase the price of steel, you increase the price of, cars and everything else that uses steel in it. So economists from the Federal Reserve Bank of New York estimate that Trump's tariffs are responsible for about $415 per year, an increase in the cost of living on the average American family. Steel and aluminum tariffs were also associated with a 0.6% loss of jobs just in the U.S. manufacturing sector by the middle of 2019. Nearly 1,800 factories were shut down under Trump between 2016 and 2018, just between 2016 and 2018, representing roughly 91,000 manufacturing jobs that were lost. That's part of that 2.7 million number. And it makes sense whenever you increase tariffs on steel and it becomes more expensive to buy steel, then steel companies are going to buy less steel. They're going to do less business. And whenever they're doing less business, they're not investing so much in their company. They're not hiring as many people. They're not growing as quickly. And so it kind of was a big bucket of cold water on a lot of U.S. industry and manufacturing jobs, which I think is kind of the opposite effect of what Trump intended. That's historically the way that his economic policies played out. Just a few specific ones. In the future, his policies on his website are terrible. I will say that. I'm so frustrated by, this is his policy page on his website. It is 20 sentences. That's it. It is 20 sentences. And some of them are like 6 words long. You can read more here, but all of this is quite literally a huge portion of it is just copied and pasted from the Republican national platform. And it's still not super detailed. I'm just going to read you some of it because it reads kind of like a crazy person wrote it as well. Like chapter 1, defeat inflation and quickly bring down all prices. The first point underneath their strategy to defeat inflation is unleash American energy. Under President Trump, the U.S. became the number one producer of oil and gas in the natural gas in the world, and we will soon be again by lifting restrictions on American energy production and terminating the socialist Green New Deal. We're gonna read a lot of these in the future, but it's super, it's crazy. It's very non-specific. this is his plan to defeat inflation. You know, each point is like a sentence, 2 sentences, 2 or 3 maybe. It's super nondescript compared to like Kamala Harris's issue page, which she did add insanely late. It's crazy that, I mean, I guess she's like putting together a presidency pretty last minute here, a presidential campaign pretty last minute. But she did get issues on her website crazy late. But like, cut taxes for the middle class is one of her priorities. And it has like, you know, several paragraphs here for every single one of these points. And it goes into like specific detail about, you know, what each one of these is going to mean, what specific steps they're planning on implementing. This is a far more digestible, to me at least, policy page. So my point in bringing that up is to say a lot of this is just copied and pasted off of Donald Trump's policy page, because I don't want to like reword it. A lot of Kamala Harris's stuff is specific enough that I can say, oh, this is what she means. I don't really know what Donald Trump means by a lot of these policies, so huge portions of this is just copied and pasted off of his page. Under economy, there is no specific one chapter in his policies on what to do about the economy, so I just got several of the most like ones that sounded like he was addressing economic issues and put him here. This is not exhaustive again. But these are like some of the bigger ones that are on his platform page. Defeat inflation and quickly bring down all prices. This is what I was just reading. Under President Trump, the U.S. became the number 1 producer of oil and natural gas in the world, and we will soon be again, is implying that we're not currently, and we definitely are, but okay. By lifting restrictions on American energy production and terminating the Socialist Green New Deal, which is not law. It like was introduced in Congress 10 years ago. What do you mean terminate? It's not law. Interesting. Republicans will unleash energy production from all sources to immediately slash inflation. So like his number 1 strategy for dealing with inflation is drill, baby, drill. That's what he says frequently. I guess that might bring down inflation by hypothetically, if you increase the supply of like gas, then you're going to bring down the prices of gas. However, gas right now is about as expensive as it was at the end of Donald Trump's presidency. And we are producing more oil and gas than any other country in the world, and more today than we ever had at any point in American history. So I don't know how drill baby drill fixes inflation, but that's his plan to fix inflation. Another point is build the greatest economy in history. I don't know what that means. Cut regulations is one of the big steps for this. Republicans will slash regulations that stifle jobs, freedom, innovation, and make everything more expensive. We will implement transparency and common sense in rulemaking. I don't know what that means. What specific regulations is he planning on cutting? Not sure. Make Trump's tax cuts permanent. Which, like I said, we saw the pretty not great effects that Trump's tax cuts had on the economy before. But if giant tax cuts are your kind of thing, maybe this is your guy. And no taxes on tips, which, like I said, I'm not even trying to be bipartisan or unbiased here. Why not just pay service industry workers minimum wage? Why not just pay them an average wage? How about you do away with tips? Let's get rid of tips and just pay service workers correctly. Protect America. This is another policy that like Kamala Harris like saw this and was like, oh, good idea, Trump. I'll copy that. And again, why? Let's just pay service industry workers. Protect American workers and farmers from unfair trade is another one of his important economic policies. Republicans will support baseline tariffs on foreign-made goods, pass the Trump Reciprocal Trade Act, and respond to unfair trading practices. As tariffs on foreign producers go up, taxes on American workers, families, and businesses can come down. sounds oxymoronical because a tariff is a tax on American businesses. So by exacting tariffs, you are increasing taxes on people. Um, uh, and again, like I said, we saw the pretty damaging cost raising effects that tariffs are having. Donald Trump has talked outside of this bullet point. Donald Trump has talked about like 20% taxes on everything from China, and 20% tariffs on everything from China, and tariffs on all. He says here, baseline tariffs on foreign made goods. That is tariffs on all imports. If you think that your groceries are expensive now, wait until the businesses that produce them are getting charged 20% extra on everything that they make. But if you feel like maybe tariffs are a really great strategy for making sure that businesses, there's a dog behind me. If you think the tariffs are a really great idea for making sure that business happens in America, maybe this is your guy. So that's economy. That's the history and the future of what he's planning. Immigration, the history of what he planned to do and did while he was president. One of the biggest immigration policies that Donald Trump had in his first term was the border wall, building the border wall. Got to build that wall. By the end of Donald Trump's presidency, 15 miles of new wall had been built where none existed before, but 350 miles of replacement or secondary wall or barrier had been built for a total of 345 miles of newly constructed wall or barrier along the 2,000 mile long U.S.-Mexico border. So, but he built some of the wall, didn't build a whole lot of it, I don't think. And the places where he put a lot of the wall in was kind of just replacing infrastructure that already needed to be replaced to begin with. But he did build some of the wall. And this is where we're going to talk, it's going to be hard for me to talk in any kind of unbiased way about Donald Trump. One of the most defining attributes of his immigration policies was his policy of family separation as a specific way to deter people from illegally immigrating into the United States. And this policy is insane. From 2016 to 2020, an estimated 5,556 children were separated from their families at the border as a means of deterring illegal immigration. That means that children were separated from their families. And you're right. Obama did enact this policy as well. I think it was monstrous whenever Obama did it. Whenever Obama was doing it, he was using it as a tool to be tough on the border and to process families that were illegally immigrating to the United States. Donald Trump was really specific in multiple press releases that they were ramping up family separation at the border as a way to deter people from crossing the border illegally. So you better not cross the border illegally with your children, because you will be separated from your children. You will be separated. Your families will be separated. As of 2023, and like I said, President Obama, even though he did absolutely use this policy, didn't separate anywhere near the number of families or children that Donald Trump did during his tenure. We're talking about more than 5,000 children were separated from their families. As of 2023, 600 children had been reunited with their parents, but about 1,000 kids still remain separated from their parents and do not know where their families are. They exist in the United States as orphaned children because they were separated by Border Patrol at the border whenever their desperately poor parents were forcibly separated from them. This is an insane policy to me, and I can't imagine supporting it. But maybe family separation is your thing and you like that. 461,540 migrants were apprehended at the border. This is what's so frustrating about the policy of using family separation as a deterrent to stop illegal immigration from happening. 461,540 migrants were apprehended. These are the Office of Homeland Security statistics. 461,000 migrants were apprehended at the border by the end of 2017. That's the end of Donald Trump's first year, compared to over 1,013,539 by the end of 2019. Donald Trump's family separation policies had no real measurable effect on reducing the amount of illegal immigration that happened. So I can't imagine this policy. I especially can't imagine this policy if it didn't even do anything to stem illegal immigration. And then as another example, and this is insane to me, like it's not even like illegal immigration. It is just, this point is meant to demonstrate the fact that Donald Trump just wasn't a fan of any kind of immigration to the United States, because Trump tried unsuccessfully to pass the Reforming American Immigration for Strong Employment Act, the RAISE Act, which would have reduced levels of legal immigration to the United States by 50% by having the number of green cards issued. Like, we just didn't forget like illegal immigration. We just didn't want like immigrants at all coming into our country. You know what I mean? The bill would also have imposed a cap of 50,000 refugee admissions. I think the cap is at 100,000 right now, which is ridiculous compared to the population size that we have, but that's what it is. Donald Trump's policies in the future are also insane. We're going to talk about those as well. His number one primary policy is to seal the border and stop the migrant invasion. Again, these are quotes directly off of his policy page. Republicans will restore every border policy of the Trump administration, which sounds like a reinstitution of child separation to me, and halt all releases of illegal aliens into the interior. Which, if you weren't aware, whenever like refugees or illegal immigrants cross into the country, we capture them and put them into like a jail cell, a detention facility within the interior, like in America, while they are processed and can legally enter into the workforce, or we can figure out where they came from to forcefully expel them out of our country. Donald Trump had a policy called Remain in Mexico whenever he was president, which meant that instead of having people come into the country to await becoming a legal citizen, they stayed in Mexico, which is not in any way equipped on that side of the border to house the number of people that we housed there. Republicans will strengthen ICE. That's exciting. Increase penalties for illegal entry and overstaying visas, and reinstate Remain in Mexico, and other policies that helped reduce illegal immigration. President Trump and Republicans will reverse the Democrats' destructive open borders policy, which is not a thing, that have allowed criminal gangs and illegal aliens from around the world to roam the United States without consequences. The Republican Party is committed to sending illegal aliens back home and removing those who have violated our laws. This is a really nice way of saying mass deportations. What Donald Trump is talking about here is mass deportations. You know how I know he's talking about mass deportations? Because this is the RNC this year. At the Republican National Convention, they printed signs that say mass deportations on them and had little grandmas hold up signs smiling about the prospect of mass deportation. Donald Trump is talking about deporting millions of immigrants in our country, which feels crazy. But Donald Trump is talking about deporting millions of immigrants in our country. And he really likes a specific historical policy that presidents in the past have enacted. We're going to hear him talk about it in his own words here, if it'll play.
Following the Eisenhower model, we will use all necessary state, local, federal, and military resources to carry out the largest domestic deportation operation in American history. Got to do it. Got to do it.
The policy that Donald Trump is talking about there, the operation that Donald Trump is talking about there in the Eisenhower administration, is this operation. I'm not going to say the name out loud. I might even get in trouble for having the name on the screen. This was the operation that Dwight Eisenhower enacted to forcefully capture and expel more than 1 million Mexican legal and illegal immigrants in our country. They sent BORTAC, which is the SWAT agency of the Border Patrol. They sent BORTACs to heavily populated Mexican areas, knocked on people's doors and said, please show me your proof of citizenship. And whenever they couldn't, they forced them into a truck, carted them to a detention facility, and then housed them there for months while they worked to forcefully expel them out of the country and into Mexico. Whenever they were expelling people at the highest rates, they were just pulling a truck up into the desert and dropping people off. And dozens of people died in the process. Knocking on people's doors and asking for papers, please, and then concentrating them into camps sounds scary to me. The prospect of mass deportations sounds monstrous to me. I also, hey, maybe you could give a crap about desperately poor people in our country. And maybe you're just worried about fiscal responsibility or whatever. We're talking about an operation that's going to cost millions, hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars. BORTAC ain't cheap. The militarized equipment that they use ain't cheap. Hiring the amount of Border Patrol officers that it would require to knock on people's doors quick enough to deport millions, if not tens of millions, of immigrants in our country is going to be a massively expensive, messy, and complicated process. Not only that, but the agricultural industry in our country almost completely depends upon illegal immigrant labor in order to keep the prices of our groceries cheap. People in our country, our groceries are cheap in our country because agricultural companies are able to pay illegal immigrants pennies in some circumstances because they don't have the same rights as citizens, and they can, if they make a fuss about it, they can easily report them to ICE, get them sent back to Mexico. They are desperately poor and know that they can't be sent back to Mexico. And so, if you deport millions of illegal immigrants in our country who are responsible for doing the large portion of agricultural labor in our country, you're going to see prices of almost everything go up pretty quickly, especially the prices of groceries. So maybe the moral argument doesn't convince you. Maybe the fiscal responsibility argument can convince you. I think the prospect of mass deportation sounds horrifying. But hey, maybe mass deportations are your thing, and maybe you're extremely frustrated by the way that immigration has happened in our country. If that is the case, maybe Donald Trump is your guy. Moving on. The last point, remember we're talking about the economy, immigration, and healthcare / abortion. The last thing that we're going to talk about here is healthcare. There is almost nothing on Donald Trump's policy page for healthcare, so we'll get there. Sorry, this is history. We'll get there in a second. Donald Trump, one of his primary promises and priorities for healthcare in our country was repealing Obamacare, or the Affordable Care Act. If you're not familiar with what the Affordable Care Act does, it does a whole lot of things that are kind of really complicated in a lot of ways, but 3 things are really important, I feel like. And that is the Affordable Care Act prevents insurers from denying insurance coverage based on pre-existing conditions. So if you have cancer and you desperately need insurance now because you have cancer, an insurance company can't say, well, we know that you're going to be an expensive client because you have cancer, so we're not going to provide you insurance. They have to give you insurance. They cannot deny you based off of your pre-existing condition. Also, the Affordable Care Act prevents insurers from imposing lifetime or annual caps on essential health benefits. On essential health benefits upon chronically or severely ill policyholders. Before the Affordable Care Act, it would be pretty common to say, you get X amount of healthcare this year, and once you hit that cap, then you got to start paying for it. The Affordable Care Act did away with that policy. And the Affordable Care Act also allows young adults to stay on their parents' health care until they are 26. And so lots of more people are able to stay insured, especially through college, while you're getting educated by staying on your parents' health care. That was not a thing before the Affordable Care Act. Donald Trump intended to replace the Affordable Care Act with what he called the American Health Care Act. It had something like a 10% approval rating at the time whenever it was being talked about. And like Fox News hosts were like, what the heck is this bill? This is terrible. One of the things that it did was cut almost $1 trillion from Medicaid, 188 billion from Medicaid, which seems bad. And it also would have cut the subsidies that low and medium income insurance policyholders get from the Affordable Care Act. And by cutting those subsidies, it would have deprived at least 53 million Americans from their health insurance. So that was super unpopular, even amongst Republicans. And so he was not able to pass the American Health Care Act. So the Affordable Care Act is still in place today, thank goodness. One of the most potent aspects of the Affordable Care Act is that it imposed a tax penalty upon you if you were not insured. That was to incentivize more and more people to become insured. Holy goodness. Okay, we got to go a little faster. That was to incentivize more and more people to become insured, because the more people that are insured, the lower insurers can make. It's ridiculous. Early on in the Affordable Care Act, there was talk about having a public option to be able to compete with the private sector on healthcare in order to really drive down private health sector costs. You can thank Democrats for fumbling that bag. So now we just have, you get a tax penalty if you're not insured, so that we make the insurance companies more rich. But whenever the insurance companies are becoming more rich and more people are insured, they will feel more comfortable to lower the cost of insurance. And so premiums become much lower whenever more people are insured. So Obamacare imposed a penalty on people for not being insured. Trump did away with that penalty. And as a result, pretty directly, almost immediately, because it seems pretty predictable, insurance premiums rose nationally by 3 to 13%, depending on your wealth or place that you lived. And then the last one is Trump obviously appointed 3 Supreme Court justices to the Supreme Court who worked to overturn Roe v. Wade. Which means that women in our country have less rights today than their grandmothers did, which is kind of a crazy thing to happen. And honestly, it was like kind of a huge mistake for Republicans, because like abortion was like their number one thing that they got to campaign on all the time, and they don't get to campaign on that anymore. And weirdly, ever since they repealed Roe v. Wade, Republicans have been having a tough time with campaigning for some reason. Especially like I've been trying to figure out how to, my internet cut out. That's dumb. I would love it if my, internet would work. That would be great. Anyways, like I was saying, Trump appointed, which is what you're talking about, abortion. I know. Controversial. Ever since then, Republicans have been having a tough time, figuring out how to run candidates. They've also had a tough time figuring out how to craft language on abortion, because abortion rates are tremendously popular, even amongst Republicans. And it's kind of like the dog that caught the car. I don't think Republicans ever expected to actually repeal Roe v. Wade. They are kind of suffering from their own success a little. But Donald Trump, if you're worried about abortion, Donald Trump got rid of abortion, and Project 2025, which is the Federalist Society's Federalist Society? Yes? Shoot, I can't remember. It's one of the conservative think tank people that is closely related to Donald Trump. J.D. Vance wrote the foreword to it. Lots of people who were in his administration were part of crafting it. The Project 2025 calls for a national abortion ban. So I wouldn't be surprised at all if Donald Trump, whenever he came into office, executed a national abortion ban. He keeps on saying that he will not do that. But Donald Trump's a liar. We all know that Donald Trump's a liar. Some of us like the fact that he's a liar, but we all know that he's a liar. So I wouldn't take his word for it. His policy in the future on healthcare and on abortion is very sparse. There is no line on Donald Trump's policy page for healthcare. There is one single line about issues of life, but healthcare is not brought up hardly at all. And so this is every line on Donald Trump's policy page that brings up healthcare. This is all of them. So bring back the American dream and make it affordable again for families, young people, and everyone. Okay. Healthcare and prescription drug costs are out of control. I agree with you. Republicans will increase transparency, promote choice and competition, and expand access to new affordable healthcare and prescription drug options. Okay. What does that mean? If that sounds cool to you, do that. Vote for him. And then the other line that mentions healthcare is illegal immigration for some reason. Republicans will secure the border, deport illegal aliens, and reverse the Democrats' open border policies, which are not a thing, that have driven up the cost of housing, education, and healthcare for American families. Don't see how that's the case, but whatever. Good for you. Go whatever you want to do, man. And then the one line on abortion is Republicans will protect and defend a vote of the people from within the states on the issue of life. Donald Trump's official policy has been let the states decide for each state what they want. And so that is the position of this bullet point. Like I said, it is the position of Project 2025 to enact a national abortion ban. Donald Trump certainly agrees with a lot of the people who made Project 2025 and was saying how much of a big fan he was of it until it started becoming more known nationally. And now he's like, oh no, I don't know anything about that, actually. I'm not going to do that. But like I said, Donald Trump's a liar. So we all know that he's a liar. It would not surprise me at all if he enacts a national abortion ban. That is Donald Trump. Exciting. We are an hour into this, and we are through one candidate. I promise we're going to go faster after this. Because the other option to Donald Trump and the Republican Party is Kamala Harris in the Democratic Party. She is the Democratic Party candidate for president. Tim Walz is the Democratic Party candidate for vice president. Her section is going to be far less extensive, even though it's going to be extensive. It's not going to take nearly as long to get through as Trump's did, because we have, like I said, the unique perspective of seeing Trump be president before. Kamala Harris has never been president before. She's been vice president, but I think we've all seen Veep enough to know what the heck kind of power does the vice president have to do anything terribly significant at all. But we'll talk about some of her vice presidential actions and duties in just a minute here. So we're going to go through Kamala Harris's history. We're not going to do like her history on this issue and then her policies on this issue, because we don't have a lot of her history on any of these issues. So it'll be like her general history, and then it'll be on her policies for what she wants to do whenever she becomes president. Kamala Harris started off as district attorney in San Francisco. She was district attorney there for from 2003 to 2007. And she did some pretty cool stuff while she was, it's so crazy how biased I'm being right now. I'm sorry. This is information that was compiled by me. I'm not going to try to hide my biases. I'm biased, take that into consideration. She did some cool stuff that I am a fan of whenever she was DA. She seemed cool, like creating a hate crimes unit focused on hate crimes against LGBTQ people and children and teens in schools. She also supported San Francisco sanctuary city policies. She had some like weird controversy stuff. Like whenever she was DA, she went after truant parents. She as she was studying all of the new convictions that year, she was like, oh, a lot of these people a pattern in their history is that they were truants as children a lot. And so if we can decrease truancy, then we will decrease the amount of people who go into the prison system. And so I'm going to start prosecuting parents for truancy. And that's interesting, I guess. It was kind of weird. And she like ended up going after a couple parents who like their kids like had lupus. So they had a reason to be truant, I guess. I don't know. That's a weird thing whenever she was DA. But overall, did a pretty good job as DA in San Francisco, I think. Then afterwards, she was Attorney General in California. This is kind of where she starts going downhill. She worked to improve coordination of law enforcement resources, targeting transnational criminal organizations, selling and trafficking people across the U.S.-Mexico border. That's good. I mean, less human trafficking, please. I think that is a good thing. I think working to decriminalize the act of crossing the border would reduce demand for people whose business is smuggling people across the border. From my perspective and experience, increasing law enforcement presence does not reduce crime. Increasing the original increasing the original factors that cause crime is what mitigates crime. But cool. She helped coordinate with law enforcement to prosecute transnational gangs. Fought to retain. Oh, this is such an insane story. She also, as Attorney General of California, fought to retain prison inmates as firefighters to fight wildfires. After the Supreme Court ruled that California's prisons were so overcrowded, we're talking about like they were like at 167% capacity, were so overcrowded that it inflicted cruel and unusual punishment upon the inmates. And she fought the Supreme Court's order to get people out of your prisons because the quickest way to get people out of these prisons was to release people from these prisons, which meant like taking the people who were there, like who had like the best behavior and getting them out of the prison the fastest. The people who were on the best behavior were the people who most qualified for these like outside of the prison labor activities. And one of those was they started using prison labor to fight firefighters, to fight wildfires. In California, paying these prisoners $1 an hour, sometimes $1 to risk your life fighting fires, is crazy. So yeah, that was crazy. And she like took her time on releasing those people. They set a deadline for her to meet to like get her prison capacity lower, and she missed that and was continuing to use these guys as volunteer firefighters. It was kind of crazy. It's a wild story. I highly recommend that you look it up and read it. After she was Attorney General in California, she became the U.S. Senator for California from 2017 to 2021. This is what she was doing immediately before she became Vice President. This is the period of time that Donald Trump was president. And so it is super easy for Democrats to act like they want to pass more progressive policy while a Republican is president, because they know that they're probably not going to get that passed, especially like Republicans at one point controlled both the House and the Senate during Donald Trump's presidency. And so they just weren't going to probably get a lot of these bills that they proposed passed. My dog is barking. Hey! Ridiculous. So, it's a great way for Democrats to pass their legislation with more progressive policy. That's not to like say that she didn't really want these bills to pass. But yeah, one of them is the Emmett Till Anti-Lynching Act, which proposed classifying lynching as a federal hate crime. I can't remember if that passed or not. Let's see. It did. It was signed into law. Thank God. But it was crazy. What was the voting on it? Oh, well. Anyways. So yeah, that is a good one to have passed, I think. Proposed classifying lynching as a federal hate crime. So that's a federal hate crime now. It wasn't before in, the 21st century. But it is now. And then the MORE Act proposed descheduling cannabis from the Controlled Substances Act and enacting various criminal and social justice reforms related to cannabis, including the expungement of prior convictions. That one did not pass. Cannabis is still on the, controlled substances, whatever, which is crazy. And then she became vice president from 2022 to present day. Part of like her biggest initiatives as vice president were that she went internationally and worked with like Mexico and with Central American nations to stem irregular migration to the U.S.-Mexico border and address the root causes of migration, which apparently is not enough border enforcement in Mexico and in Central American countries, which is crazy because like there are so many immigrants who get to our country today who talk about just being like straight completely robbed by Mexican Border Patrol, and talk about the horrific experiences that they have with the Mexican Border Patrol and how difficult it is to get past the Mexican Border Patrol. But we work to make Mexican Border Patrol more powerful and get them to enact stricter policies in order to try to keep immigrants from passing through Mexico. What's really crazy about this policy is because we stopped migration through, or we mitigated migration through Mexico, or made it harder to migrate through Mexico and the Central American countries. Immigrants like from Haiti and Venezuela, they used to fly like into Mexico. They used to get like enough money to fly into Mexico and then cross the border. Now, because they can't fly into Mexico, because there are stricter policies because of these policies that Kamala Harris enacted, they make the journey on foot usually. And I don't know if you're familiar with how insane like the Isthmus of Panama is to cross. But south of Panama is the Darien Gap, which is one of the least developed areas on the planet. It is incredibly dense, mountainous jungle. And the number of people who crossed through the Darien in an effort to migrate to the United States was less than 1,000 people before 2020, before these policies were enacted. The year after these policies were enacted, I also said she's vice president from 2022. That's incorrect. Whoops. The year after these policies were enacted, migration to the Darien Gap spiked to over 8,000 people crossed through the Darien. And it has increased the demand for illicit services from people like cartels who take advantage of these people, rape these people, steal from these people. These people are desperately poor, oftentimes traveling with their family, walking through like a deluge in the middle of the rainforest. There are all kinds of stories of like a father and his son, and the father just turns around and his son isn't with him anymore, but the cartel is like leading the party up further. They're not going to stop for him, and so a couple people volunteer to stay back with him, and they go looking for his son and just never find him. A father carrying his two daughters on his shoulders is crossing a river in the middle of a rainstorm, and the bank starts giving away while he's climbing up out of it. And so he's falling into the river, and he passes his daughters on to the mother while he falls into the river and is swept away and is never seen again. Crossing the Darien is an insane experience and is something that orders of magnitude of more people now go through precisely because these policies were enacted. So, yes, we were tough on the border, though. Now less immigration is happening, which is not the case. She also visited Germany and Poland to rally support for arming Ukraine and imposing sanctions upon Russia. That was cool. So she's had like a lot of international experience. Her policies moving forward as president are, like I said, we're going to go through her economic policies, her immigration policies, and her healthcare and abortion policies. Her economic policies that she's enumerated so far, number one, sounds really positive, like a really good thing, is enacting a federal ban on corporate price gouging on food and groceries. This would empower the FTC to prosecute corporations for increasing drug prices above a certain rate in the midst of local or national crises. Which would be fantastic. A lot of the reason why things are so expensive today, objectively, prices were cheaper under Donald Trump. The pandemic made prices on everything go really high. Once prices go up, they don't ever come back down. Or at the very least, they come down very, very slowly. And so they have come down slowly. There are a lot of things that Joe Biden could have done to have made prices come down faster, like enacting a federal ban on corporate price gouging on food and groceries. Would have definitely done that. Would have been something. And so this is a policy that seems directly targeted at figuring out a way to bring prices down for consumers. That sounds great to me. I think do more of those things. She also wants to raise taxes. Woohoo! Not on everyday Americans. Like I said, the Donald Trump tax cuts that happened for the individual rate, she wants to remain the same. Those tax cuts are meant to expire in 2025. She wants to make sure that those continue. But she does plan on raising taxes on people earning more than $400,000 a year. That represents less than 2% of the U.S. population, while ensuring no new taxes, no tax increase for those earning less than $400,000 a year. So like I said, she's going to ensure that Donald Trump's tax cuts stay in place. She wants to restore and expand the child tax credit. If you don't remember, during COVID, people with children got tax credits for each child that they had. $2,000 in tax credits for every qualifying child. That was great. She wants to bring that back. She wants to make that permanent. I think that sounds fantastic. She also wants to give $6,000 to families with newborn children. I think that sounds fantastic as well. Do that, please. To address the it's crazy. Hey, newborn child haver. She also wants to, in order to address the housing crisis that's happening, the extreme price that homes are at and that rentals are at, she wants to give federal subsidies to home building and property building companies to build 3 million more rental units and homes in America. By increasing the supply, you decrease the demand and decrease the price. So that will hopefully work to start bringing housing costs down, which would be fantastic. She also wants to provide first-time home buyers with $25,000 subsidies on their down payments, with more generous support for first-generation homeowners. Again, to address people who are struggling with the affordability of housing. She wants to give subsidies to people who are trying to buy houses for the first time, but also wants to build more houses and more rental properties in order to bring down, in order to increase supply, to bring down demand, to bring down prices. Sounds fantastic to me. Her immigration policies are sparse, not incredibly detailed. Obviously, they are more than this. You can go. Of course, I got rid of her tab. You can go to her website here and see. I think she has a whole bullet point on immigration somewhere. Where is it? Low energy, protect civil rights, restore freedom, make our communities safe from violence. Yeah, secure our borders and fix our broken immigration. She has like a whole paragraph here on immigration. The three main points that I pulled out of it were She wants to increase funding for better detection technology at points of entry. I mean, if you're gonna do any kind of increase in enforcement style response to the immigration problem, this is probably a good one. I guess I don't know about more money going to like people like Border Patrol, but maybe because the vast majority of like drugs like fentanyl that are smuggled into the United States, the vast majority of human trafficking that happens across the border happens through legal ports of entry and are smuggled into the United States by U.S. citizens. And so increasing funding for better detection technology does, yes, mean like FLIR cameras and stuff like that for like scanning the border, but it also means investing in better detection technology at points of entry, which sounds probably okay to me. I feel like there's probably more effective ways that you can address the issue, but yeah, sure. She also wants to add 1,500 new border security agents. Okay. And she wants to do immigration system reform. I don't know what that means. That's awfully vague. Would love to know what specifically you want to reform and how you want to reform it. Okay. And then for healthcare / abortion, she wants to expand the $35 cap on insulin and the $2,000 cap on out-of-pocket expenses that Joe Biden enacted in the Affordable Care Act for seniors. She wants to expand that to all Americans. So $35 cap on insulin sounds fantastic. If you're diabetic, I mean, a lifesaver potentially. And a $2,000 cap on out-of-pocket expenses for all Americans seems fantastic. I'm not gonna have to pay more than $2,000 for healthcare for a year, whatever the period is. That sounds fantastic to me. Do that. She also wants to extend Medicaid postpartum coverage from 2 months after you have a baby. If you're on Medicaid, Medicaid assists you for 2 months. She wants to increase that to 12 months. Sounds fantastic to me. She also wants to expand access to cancellation of medical debt. That's more than 5% of debtors. Right now, the way that you qualify is in this specific program, you have to like make your medical debt has to be more than 5% of your annual income, and then you can qualify for federal medical debt forgiveness. She wants to expand access to it, so lower that number. Like your medical debt might be like 4 or 3 or 2% of your annual income, and you might be able to qualify for cancellation of medical debt. So that sounds great. She has promised to veto any federal abortion ban legislation, which sounds fantastic. She also promises to sign legislation into law that is passed by Congress to restore federal protections for reproductive rights as previously protected by Roe v. Wade. So we might run into an issue if like Congress wants to go beyond the specific restrictions and allowances that Roe v. Wade made, because she's talking about up to Roe v. Wade, but she is talking about signing into law federal legislation to protect abortion rights. That sounds fantastic to me. And that is Kamala Harris. Again, your choices for president of the United States are between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. Whoo! An hour and a half. Well, I guess we did voting for like 15 minutes or so, maybe. So an hour and 15 minutes. I promise everything's going to go a lot faster than this. Does anyone in chat have any questions about president or about anything that we've talked about so far? I know that Cameron talked about when will that happen for newborns. I don't know. I don't know what the specifics of the policy are going to be. I know that she would plan to, like, this is what she's saying she wants to accomplish whenever she is president. And so at some point in the next 4 years, if she becomes president, but that might be for children under 1 year old, and your kid might be a year old by the time that legislation passes. So I don't know. It would have been great if our representatives in Congress could have passed this kind of legislation earlier than this. but I guess it's good that she's talking about doing it now. I don't know who I'm going to vote for. I definitely am not. I think it's pretty obvious that I'm not going to vote for Kamala Harris. I'm not going to vote for Donald Trump. I think it's pretty obvious that I'm not going to vote for Donald Trump. But Kamala Harris, man, like I said, I think my biggest issue is the genocide that's happening in Gaza right now, and the fact that Israel seems intent upon expanding the war into Lebanon. They're talking about putting boots on the ground. They're talking about like a ground invasion of Lebanon right now. Like more than 600 civilians are dead in Lebanon. Tens of thousands, more than like 50,000 people in Gaza have been killed by Israel so far. And Kamala Harris has pledged that she will always guarantee Israel's right and ability to defend itself, which means shipping more bombs to Israel, which sounds real bad to me. The direct line of responsibility of children killed in Gaza by bombs that were paid for by my tax dollars, given to Israel by the president that I voted for, that direct line of responsibility is something that I'm super aware of, and would love for her to talk about actual solutions to the issue that don't enrich arms manufacturers here in America and can end the suffering and death that's happening in Gaza right now and in the Middle East generally. She ain't going to do that. She is almost certainly, has basically promised to send more weapons to Israel, which is frustrating. And something that I'm frustrated by voting for it. Donald Trump will objectively make people's lives more difficult in America. Donald Trump will make people's lives more dangerous in America. We like to say all the time that why does it matter if I vote? Who cares? It doesn't really actually change anything. I don't see any benefits or anything like that. There are lots of people in America who have experienced the really negative attributes of Donald Trump's presidency, the really negative consequences of the decisions that he made. Like I said, all the people who died during COVID who didn't have access to ventilators, all of the people who lost their jobs, all those manufacturing jobs, all that increase in the cost to live in America while Donald Trump was president. Certainly children separated from their families at the border, women who have bled out because they've been refused health care after they've had an ectopic pregnancy, women who have bled out in their car in the parking lot of a hospital. They've been affected pretty tremendously negatively by Donald Trump's decisions. Lots of people will also be affected negatively, extremely negatively by Donald Trump's decisions. And so at a certain point, I think it is kind of selfish to worry about my own moral, cleanliness. Like I feel less guilty because I didn't vote for Kamala Harris whenever she sends bombs to Israel that are going to kill Palestinian children. But by not voting for Kamala Harris, I essentially kind of cast a vote for Donald Trump, which means people in America will suffer more. It's not like people in America are going to necessarily suffer less if Kamala Harris is president, but they will suffer more if Donald Trump is president. That's hard. That's a hard calculation to make. It's also very frustrating to me that the Democratic Party just thinks that they have my vote because I know I won't vote for Donald Trump, and therefore doesn't feel like they need to make concessions to me about really legitimate policies. Why are we not talking about climate change? Like a world-ending, unbelievably catastrophic issue that we just aren't talking about. She's like, oh yeah, I love fracking. I want to frack some more. Let's frack it up in here. That seems real bad to me. Her insane right-wing policies on the border sound insane to me. Why not healthcare? Student loan forgiveness. What happened to those things? What happened to Medicare for all or something? Like, she hasn't even talked about enacting a law that would make weed legal. Like, what are you doing, man? Like, I need more concessions from you than just I'm not Donald Trump. That's not enough for me. And it's frustrating that the Democratic Party feels like it is. So I don't know who I'm going to vote for. I'm extremely frustrated with the Democratic Party. I'm frustrated with Kamala Harris, and I really would like to not have my conscience stained by the fact that I will be sending more bombs to Israel by voting for her. I may end up voting for her. I don't know. Okay. Moving on. If there are no further questions, we will move on to the other federal elections that we're having. For U.S. Senator. This is a really fascinating election. I don't know what Hunter was saying about working in that industry. Oh, I will actually go back and we'll look at some of the things that he was saying. Let's see here. It was an Obama era policy talking about child separation. Do separate children from criminal. Oh, do separate children from criminal parents, or so do you? I don't really know what he's asking there. I think he's saying that maybe we should separate children from parents who are criminals. That sounds crazy to me, especially given the fact that crossing the border illegally is like a misdemeanor. We don't separate children from their parents when their parents steal from Walmart. So, maybe we shouldn't separate children from their parents for misdemeanors. And then you said, I'm all for limiting people getting into the country illegally. Got to say, though, after having gone through the border from San Diego and seeing the situations people are having to live in right on the other side of the line to our country was pretty horrendous. Yeah. If it were me with Maddie and Liam living on the beach in those camps, I'm not sure how much I would care about waiting to get in the right way if it meant saving my family. Yeah, it's pretty frustrating. A huge portion of immigrants that try to enter the country illegally come from countries like Haiti or Venezuela. We just straight up cooed the president of Venezuela just a few years ago. Venezuela has no operational government currently. And so people are being held, like being taken captive and being held for ransom by criminal gangs that are running Venezuela. People are starving to death in Venezuela. There's like no jobs to have to get food. The story of the father whose son got separated from in the Darien Gap. He said that he woke up one day on the bed that they were sharing and could count all of his son's ribs and said, we can't stay here or my son will starve to death. And that is why he chartered a boat to Venezuela to cross the Darien to get to Mexico to come into the United States. Yeah, I not only do I think if I was in that situation, I wouldn't care very much about the misdemeanor that it is to cross the border illegally. I think I'd be pretty desperate to do so. And I think it's pretty crazy that we criminalize some of the most desperately poor people in our regional community, especially whenever the vast majority of those desperately poor people are from countries that are tremendously poor because of the direct actions of the United States, like whenever we couped the Haitian government, or the sanctions that we imposed upon Venezuela, or the coups and funding of cartels that we did in Guatemala and Colombia. It's not great. We are responsible for why a lot of these people's lives are horrendous. And so maybe the least we can do is give them access to the most robust and wealthy economy on the planet. Again, though, not defending illegal immigration, sure. Just don't think it should be so heartlessly approached. I absolutely 100% agree. And hey, maybe we should reform the immigration system so that it is super easy for people to immigrate into the United States legally, so that they aren't so desperate that they feel like they have to cross in illegally. By actually reforming the immigration system to make it easier for people to get into the United States, we would not only diversify our work force with people who are willing to take on jobs that lots of Americans are not willing to take on, but we would also be providing these people access to the most robust economy on the planet, and would stop criminalizing crossing the border, which would take power away from the cartels, would take power, the demand away from cartels that traffic people across the border. I wonder, though, how much Hunter says, whoa, no, it does not. As someone who has worked in that industry, whoa, I don't know what he was referring to. What industry has Hunter worked in? I can't remember. I only can think of music. I wonder, though, Cameron says, how much he plans on actually following through with mass deportation and how much of that is just appealing to his audience to vote for him. Like I said, he followed through with a lot of, he didn't follow through with building the wall very well. He followed through with family separation. He followed through with deportations. What's insane is that Joe Biden is responsible for more deportations than Donald Trump was. And Donald Trump was like the mass deportation guy. So maybe it means not deporting millions of immigrants, but it means increasing the stigmatization of immigration in our country, which is responsible for the insane things like they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats, they're eating the pets in Springfield. Maybe if we stopped stigmatizing, people who aren't white immigrating into the country, that would be a good thing. And yeah, mass deportation is crazy. Praise the Lord for the parents' health plan. Let's see. What I saw on the beaches was the worst living I've ever seen, but that was still better than what other families were running from. That was rough. Yeah, for sure. Because the only reason the people I saw in Tijuana were going in illegally was because they had been waiting on the beach for weeks, months, or years for the process to take place. Yeah, the average amount of time that it takes for an asylum claim to be processed is like 7 years. It's crazy. The immigration system is completely backlogged, and that is predominantly because we only let a very strict amount of people come into the country per year, and they have to meet very specific qualifications, and they have to do it in very specific ways, and it is extremely complicated. And like I said, these are the poorest people on earth, so they don't exactly have access to very adequate legal help to help them with very complicated legal processes. So if we made the immigration process less complicated, it would help a lot of people in a lot of ways, including people in America who are citizens of America, like people on the border who are frustrated with cartel activity on the border. Like, we reduce cartel activity by decriminalizing immigration. Like, we should do that by making it scarier for immigrants to cross the border unaided. We increase the demand and increase the amount that cartels can charge to smuggle people across the border. What are the best arguments for voting for either parties, in your opinion, and maybe the worst? You're going to put me in an awkward situation, because what I'm going to say is I cannot think of very good arguments at all to vote for the Republican Party. I can't think of any argument whatsoever to vote for the Republican Party. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know. Like, the only thing I might say is, like, Republicans like to say that they are fiscally conservative, and I think that more fiscally conservative, less wasteful, less bureaucratic policymaking is probably better. But Republicans aren't fiscally conservative in any way. Like I said, Donald Trump added more to the national deficit than any other president other than Abraham Lincoln and George Bush Jr. Republicans aren't fiscally conservative in any way, and all of the really negative things that come with Republicans aren't worth that small level of fiscal conservatism. And Democrats are pretty, fiscally conservative. Other than that, I can't think of any reason whatsoever. The best reason to vote for Democrats is probably that they're not Republicans, but Democrats are pretty awful as well. Democrats are almost virtually indistinguishable from Republicans. If you're not aware, there is no left-wing party in America. We have a liberal and a conservative right-wing party, but there is no party in America that advocates for left-wing policies. There are a few members of the Democratic Party who kind of try to advocate for left-wing policies, but don't whatsoever. And so the option between Republicans and Democrats is like, do you want people to be exploited and oppressed by unbelievably wealthy people? Or do you want them to be exploited and oppressed by unbelievably wealthy people racistly? How about neither of those options? So there's not a real good reason to vote for any party. Democrats are better in some ways, but they're not good in any way. But like I said, that's my personal opinion, and that's the way that I believe, based off of the way that I've looked at politics in America. If you see a lot of the policies from Republicans and you really resonate with a lot of those policies because of your lived experiences in America, vote for Republicans. I think that's great. I think that you should vote the way that you feel that you should vote. I think it's monumentally more important for people to vote for a party that I disagree with than to not vote at all. Because actual left-wing policies, things like Medicare for all, free college, better protections for labor unions, better distribution of wealth across the class spectrum, are all really, really popular policies, whether you're a Republican or a Democrat. And so if we increase the amount of people that vote in America, we will see the increased implementation of left-wing policies because they are just legitimately popular policies, whether they are Republican or Democrat. I will say the Democrats tend to offer more options for something that is like left-wing policies, but the more people that vote, the better. And so even if you are voting for people that I disagree with, you should vote. Everybody should vote. My lived experiences lead me to Republican, but it's all because of what's been told to me by family and friends, but I've never heard it backed with actual facts, just the interpretation of how the economy feels when each party is in charge. Like, just from this conversation, I want to vote Democrat because it's the only time I've heard it explained with facts. Sure, it's really interesting, and I don't even, so much of the way that Americans vote in America, because that is where Americans vote. We have to move on, by the way, in just a second. But I'm going to answer this real quick. So much of the way that Americans vote in America is super vibes based. And I think that that's fine. I think that that is perfectly okay. I think it'd be better if it was more informed by stances on policy and issues and facts. But a lot of it is vibe based. And I think that that's okay. The vibes are that Republicans are better for the economy. But statistically, if you look at the way that the economy performs, it performs really well at the beginning of Republican presidential terms. And it starts kind of dipping towards the end. And then it performs kind of poorly during Democratic presidential terms, but it starts ticking up towards the end. Then it's doing really good again at the beginning of a Republican presidential term because Democratic policies are just better for the economy. Democrats are capitalists. The economy is a measurement of how great capitalism is going in America. The Democratic Party are capitalists. They are just capitalists that are more forward thinking than a lot of Republican Party capitalists are. And so Republican Party capitalists enact legislation that gets them rich very, very quickly, but ultimately in the long run is not great for long-term economic growth. Realizing, and that's why towards the end of Republican Party presidencies, the economic performance tends to start to dip down and starts to increase again during Democratic parties presidencies. Towards the end, though, Democrats just kind of spend their entire presidency cleaning up a lot of the mess that the Republicans make. And economically speaking, the president has very little control over the economy. Just like with Donald Trump. Donald Trump's economy performs awfully, terribly. Like, his numbers are awful. And everybody wants to be like, oh, COVID, that was COVID. That's something that was completely out of Donald Trump's control. In the same way that the economy is doing really good, command rules. I don't have a command rules. In the same way that the economy is doing really good, is doing better right now because of the war in Israel. Jobs are increasing. The amount of purchasing of like steel is going up. So the production of steel is going up. And so lots of businesses are benefiting from policies that the war in Israel is helping American companies with. That's why we keep on sending them billions of dollars. We don't send billions of dollars to Israel out of the goodness of our heart. We send billions of dollars to Israel and say, hey, you have to spend these billions of dollars on American companies and American weapons manufacturers. And so it enriches us tremendously. And it helps our economy. So, the economy is largely out of the hands of the president. I think the president can take advantage of circumstances that arise to either draw the America does suck, to draw the most like positive benefits out of like a given circumstance and diminish the most negative consequences. That's why I talk about like, I think like people are like, oh, 2.7 million jobs lost, but that's COVID. I think you can pin that on Donald Trump because I think Donald Trump's response to the pandemic was pretty terrible, and not coordinated or strategized in any real way. And a president who had responded better to the pandemic, like so many other countries, didn't get hit nearly as hard economically by the pandemic as we did. And a lot of that was because of Donald Trump's policies. In the same way, we've recovered way better than a lot of other countries have because of Joe Biden's policies. Joe Biden has just been really good for the economy. All presidents are freaking old. That is very true. And it would be awesome if we had representation that was closer to the average age of Americans, for sure. Specifically from my family that don't want their taxes to support people who don't want to get jobs. Yeah, and that's what's crazy is like 80 cents out of your dollar is going to defense spending, which is supporting people who don't want to get jobs because it's supporting the stock owners of those defense companies who get paid massive dividends and the CEOs of those defense companies who don't do hardly anything at all and rake in $1 million checks. So yeah, it's supporting people who aren't going to do hardly anything at all. The vast, vast majority of your money goes to defense spending. And I would much rather my money go towards helping people who are genuinely suffering in America instead of working to enrich industries that actively make people's lives a lot worse. So we have to move on now. I'm moving on to our senator in Texas. His name is Ted Cruz. This is a really interesting election because it's very winnable by Democrats here. Texas is a very blue state, if you weren't aware. And it is within just a couple 100,000 votes of flipping Democratic. It is becoming more and more Democratic as time goes on. And so it is very possible for Colin Allred to win this election. And if he does, it will be a signal to national Democrats that, hey, maybe y'all should start investing in Democratic campaigns in Texas because you might be able to win some here. Ted Cruz got his watch stuck in Maddie's hair. What? Maddie, what? That's insane. That's an insane fact that you just dropped in the chat. Yeah, Ted Cruz is crazy. We're going to talk about Ted Cruz in just a minute. But it's very possible for Colin Allred to win this. Texas would be a Democratic state today if we could increase voter turnout in metropolitan counties by like 5%. If we increase voter turnout in metropolitan counties by like 5 to 7%, Texas would easily be a blue state today. It is not that Democratic policies are unpopular in Texas. They're very popular in Texas. It's that Democrats are awful and aren't good at activating or energizing their base because they pass policies that are dumb and not good. If they would actually pass policies that are tremendously popular, like Medicare for all, like free college, like better protection for labor unions, then people in Texas would go out and vote, and you'd like easily flip Texas. It's very close to being flipped already. And so if Colin Allred is able to win this election, it will be a good signal to national Democrats that, hey, maybe this can be, maybe Texas, maybe you need to invest more in Texas, in Texan races. So the race here is between Ted Cruz and Colin Allred, and the Libertarian Party candidate, Ted Brown. Again, we're not going to talk about third party candidates. We're going to talk about Ted Cruz and his history as U.S. Senator. I hate, we're not to policies yet, but seeing this picture of Ted Cruz is triggering how awful my experience was with his stupid campaign website. His policies are insufferable to try to digest. Anyways, we're going to get there in a minute. This is Ted Cruz. This is his history. He was a lawyer and GOP operative from 1995 to 2000. He was Associate Deputy Attorney General and FTC Director of Policy Planning during the Bush administration from 2000 to 2003. He was the Texas Solicitor General, which is like the lawyer in charge of defending Texas in lawsuits against the state. And did things while he was Texas Solicitor General, like defend the constitutionality of the Ten Commandments monument on the Texas State Capitol grounds before the Supreme Court. Cool. Sounds like an important issue to me. Then he, in 2012, was voted as Texas's U.S. Senator. In his time as senator, he sponsored 105 bills, including bills to prohibit the use of drones to kill citizens of the United States within the United States. Didn't think that was a problem or something that needed to have a law passed, or like if the United States really wanted to, a law would prevent them from doing. But okay, I guess if that's a priority. How about drones to kill citizens of the United States outside of the United States? Because Barack Obama definitely performed extrajudicial killings of U.S. citizens in drone strikes outside of the United States. That was crazy. How about we make laws against that? Even though there already are laws against that. There are laws against extrajudicial killings in the United States. Anyways. He also sponsored bills to increase coal, natural gas, and crude oil exports, to approve the construction of the Keystone XL pipeline, to expand oil drilling offshore, and on Native American Indian reservations. So that sounds fun. He sponsored bills to permit states to require proof of citizenship for registering to vote in federal elections, because apparently people who are not citizens voting in elections is a huge problem that Ted Cruz is working to address, which it's not. He also sponsored bills to amend the Federal Election Campaign Act of 1971 to eliminate all limits. Wanted to pass a bill to eliminate all limits on direct campaign contributions to candidates for public office. That sounds crazy. We want to put more money into politics. Like Citizens United wasn't enough. We want to make sure that politicians are able to be more beholden to corporate interests. Sounds smart, Ted. He had some significant highlights while he was senator. He still is senator. But he was big in with the Tea Party, and as a big face of the Tea Party, he played a leading part in the 2013 government shutdown over funding for the Affordable Care Act. That's fun. He delivered a 21-hour filibuster in an attempt to defund the ACA. Cruz also ran for president in the 2016 Republican primaries, and he did kind of really well. I forgot how well Ted Cruz did in the 2016 Republican primaries. He got 7.8 million votes. He won 12 states and earned 559 delegates. However, after losing overwhelmingly to Donald Trump in the Indiana primary on May 3rd, Cruz suspended his campaign and didn't run for president after Donald Trump, and then was licking Donald Trump's boots the whole time after that. After Donald Trump called his wife like a dog, like crazy. Cruz continues to challenge the results of the 2020 presidential election. He supported efforts to overturn the election results in key states and objected to the certification of Joe Biden's victory even after the January 6th attack on the Capitol. That's cool. Love it. His policy going forward, you see how little there is on this slide? Because his policy page is awful. No, he's not what? I can't remember what I said. His policy page is awful. This is his policy page. His policy page is not a list of policies. It's just a list of things that he did in the past. And they're all over the place. And they're impossible to find and figure out. Defend constitutional freedom. What does that mean? Defending life. I guess I know what that means. Monsters question. Oh no, I'm not on the phone. Championing, protecting athletes, continues the fight against participation of biological men in women's sports. Seems like a real problem that we should be worried about, Ted. Oh yeah, no, it's totally fine, Monster. I understood that this was probably not going to be everybody's cup of tea. Anyways, these are his stances. It's very difficult to understand what his stances are. This is his understandings that these are his stances that I was able to understand the most on the economy. Again, we're covering these candidates' stances on the economy, on immigration, and on healthcare and abortion. He opposed the Inflation Reduction Act that Joe Biden passed, specifically the allocation of $80 billion to hire up to 87,000 new IRS agents. The hiring of those IRS agents was going to happen over the next 10 years. And now, as people retire from the IRS, they successfully were able to get this condition removed out of the Inflation Reduction Act. And now, as the IRS has people retire and loses people, they will not have funding to hire new staff, which means the staff for the IRS over the next 10 years is going to precipitously decrease, which is so frustrating because actually I can't remember if they passed that or not. I can't remember. It's so frustrating because every dollar we spend on the IRS makes America money. Having IRS agents with good funding for good lawyers means that IRS agents have the capacity to be able to go after large tax avoiders. The less agents that they have and the less resources that they have, the more they have to go after easier targets who aren't able to hire armies of lawyers. If the IRS has more funding, they're able to go after targets that owe more to the IRS. And so every dollar spent on the IRS, spent specifically on IRS enforcement, makes America at least $2, if not more. It's insanely important to fund the IRS, and it's insanely stupid to advocate against funding the IRS. And it really kind of illustrates exactly who Ted Cruz is beholden to. He also authored legislation in the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2024 to fund the construction of 4 new bridges across the U.S.-Mexico border. That's good, I guess, to increase trade between Mexico and America. I guess that's a kind of positive thing. and just very generally continues to fight EPA regulatory overreach. Okay, maybe the EPA should regulate companies that are polluting and destroying the environment, but you do you, Ted. On the topic of immigration, he included border security amendments in the 2022 Coast Guard Authorization Act that boosted the surveillance capabilities of our southern maritime border. I guess that was a problem. Had a lot of people swimming across the ocean. So that was a priority, I think, Ted. He co-sponsored the SAVE Act, requiring proof of U.S. citizenship to register to vote. Like I said, non-U.S. citizens don't vote in any number that could be statistically significant on affecting the outcome of any election in the United States. So that's silly. And he sponsored the Protect Kids and Parents Act to keep immigrant families together after they cross the border. So that's good. Against family separation. I feel like that might be the bare minimum, but that's a positive thing, I think, from Ted. On healthcare and abortion, he consistently voted against pro-choice legislation. That's from his own website. Applauded and supported the Supreme Court's decision in the Dobbs case that removed Roe v. Wade, and co-sponsored the IVF Protection Act. So he is for IVF, which many abortion advocates are not, which is super important. IVF is a super important tool for people who struggle with fertility to be able to have children. And so lots of more conservative people who are really focused on wanting people to have children like IVF, but anti-abortion activists aren't big fans of it. Anti-abortion activists aren't big fans of it. And so they kind of go hard against it. Ted Cruz is anti-abortion, but obviously wants to protect IVF. So I guess that's positive. But that's Ted Cruz. He also, it's crazy to not bring up the fact the Cancun thing. He's real famous for that now. Of during that terrible winter storm that we had, where hundreds of people died in Texas due to exposure to extreme cold weather and were without power or clean water. Ted Cruz up and left the country to go to Cancun on vacation because he didn't feel like dealing with the problems that we specifically created. Texas is, if you weren't aware, on its own power grid. We would have far more reliable access to power if we were not on our own power grid and instead work to incorporate ourselves into the national power grid. Texas Republican legislators have resisted movements in that direction for years, and people dying in terrible winter storms is kind of a direct consequence of that. So that seems crazy to me. That's Ted Cruz. Calling all red. It seems cool. Maybe not the greatest. He's a Democrat, but seems cool. He was signed by the Tennessee Titans. This is where Hunter needs to be back in the chat, from Tennessee. Signed by the Tennessee Titans as an undrafted free agent in 2006. He was promoted to the active roster as linebacker in 2007. So football. People love football, especially in Texas. He graduated from UC Berkeley School of Law in 2014 and served as the Dallas-Fort Worth Regional Director of Voter Protection for Battleground Texas. Battleground Texas is great. It's an organization that specifically is trying to flip Texas to be blue. And so having a Democrat who understands the difficulties and the challenges that come with getting more Democratic turnout in Texas seems like a really positive thing to have in a Democratic candidate. He served as U.S. representative for Texas's 32nd Congressional District. That's in Dallas from 2018 to the present day. His victory was considered an upset because he beat Republican Pete Sessions, who had held on to that seat for 15 years. If I remember correctly, he was the first Democrat to win that district. his time as during his time as U.S. representative for the 32nd Congressional District. He co-sponsored the bipartisan Safer Communities Act, implementing several changes to federal mental health systems, school safety programs, and gun control laws. That sounds positive. And he sponsored the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act to restore and strengthen the 1965 Voting Rights Act and require states and jurisdictions with a history of voting rights violations to seek federal approval before enacting certain changes to their voting laws. Sounds tremendously positive. On the local level, it can be a really powerful thing to redraw districts. We talk about gerrymandering, which is the process of redrawing districts to include certain demographics within districts in such a way that it guarantees outcomes whenever elections happen, regardless of how people vote. And some people gerrymander their districts so terribly, like I think it was Missouri or Mississippi, recently gerrymandered their districts to disenfranchise black voters so completely that this current U.S. Supreme Court, like one of the most conservative Supreme Courts ever, was like, nah, man, you can't be this open with your racism. You have to redraw these lines. They redrew the lines, and the Supreme Court had to be like, again, this is still insanely racist. You have to redraw these lines. So, John R. Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act sounds great and really important. Policy. On the policy side, there is a snack. That sounds great. On the policy side, economically, there's not a whole lot of a huge amount of detail on his website. Oh, by the way, speaking of policies, let me just freaking show you. This was Ted Cruz's campaign website, and like all his issues are like this weird, nasty. It's not great. Colin Allred's site is immaculate. Look at this. Look at this. Healthcare. Boom. Several paragraphs. Bullet points. Reproductive rights. Boom. Several. What kind of snack? Several paragraphs. Jobs and economic growth. Several paragraphs. And like I said, this is a pretty extensive section. I wasn't able to discern anything out of this that was terribly concrete. Found a lot of stuff that he feels like are big priorities, but not terribly concrete things for the future. You might go through this and read it and see things that you like better. But he was endorsed by the AFL-CIO, which is the American Federation of Labor, is like one of the largest, most powerful unions in the country, and certainly in Texas. And so it's a big deal to be endorsed by such a big union. He was also previously endorsed by the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, though, which is less positive. He is not currently endorsed by the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. They like Ted Cruz better because Republicans are usually better for the kinds of people that the Chamber of Commerce attracts, which is to say rich people. He also increased access to job training. So while he was a representative, he secured a new $14 million for Texas educational institutions like Dallas College, University of Texas of Dallas, and Texas A&M. All those are really positive things. Increasing access to job training is definitely super helpful for the labor force and for increasing the robustness of the Texas economy. He voted for the Paycheck Fairness Act, which would add procedural protections to the 1963 Equal Pay Act and the Fair Labor Standards Act to address the gender pay gap. Sounds fantastic. And he voted for the Raise the Wage Act, which would have, if it had passed, increased the federal minimum wage to $15 an hour. That sounds tremendously positive as well. It's too bad it didn't pass. Like I said, he also was like representative while Donald Trump was president and while Congress was very Republican. And so it was easier to attach your name to more progressive legislation, because you wouldn't have had it like held to you if it had actually passed. It looks good on a resume, but may not look good to a general electing population. And so maybe take a little grain of salt with some of the really positive things that he did while like Donald Trump was president. He on the immigration side of things, he voted for the American Dream and Promise Act, which would make 4.4 million Dreamers eligible for a conditional permanent residency or temporary protected status. Dreamers are people who were brought into the country illegally while they were children. Oftentimes, like people who categorize as Dreamers didn't even know that they are illegal immigrants until like Border Patrol, like ICE shows up at their house and sends them back to Mexico where they've never lived their entire life. American Dream and Promise Act was fantastic. It's a great thing that he voted for that, and it's a great thing that it passed. He is continuing to be committed to hold employers accountable who knowingly hire and exploit undocumented workers. Sounds fantastic. Like I said, like our agricultural economy, our agricultural industry depends very heavily on the exploitation of undocumented immigrants. It is it's a bad thing. It is bad for those people just morally, but also like it depresses wages. If you're like on a construction site, like Chloe's boyfriend is in construction, and there are people on his job site that may not be documented, and they get paid less than he does. And so the owner of that business knows that they can hire illegal immigrants and not pay them as much. And so certainly he won't have to pay his other workers as much and can replace his full-time workers with undocumented immigration labor, which will be more compliant to stricter rules and stricter, like, whatever, harsher treatment from him. Undocumented immigrants will be more tolerant to that because they're afraid of getting deported than American citizens with legal status would be. And so exploitation of undocumented labor is, Blaine seems very knowledgeable on political agendas. Okay. Exploitation of undocumented labor is not good for anyone. So, hey, working to protect undocumented workers, it seems like an important thing. He fought to keep border communities secure by ensuring law enforcement is equipped with the training and tools that they need. If that's your thing, that's your thing. I oftentimes don't feel like greater enforcement is, like I said, greater enforcement on the border leads to greater criminalization of crossing the border illegally, which leads to greater demand for cartels to smuggle people across the border and take advantage of people. So I'm not super for increased law enforcement on the border, but if you are, maybe you are. His policies for healthcare and abortion are that he voted for the Inflation Reduction Act, which capped the price of insulin at $35 an hour and capped out-of-pocket expenses at $2,000. Sorry, not an hour. He capped the price of insulin at $35 and capped out-of-pocket expenses at $2,000 for seniors, and allowed Medicare to negotiate prescription drug prices, which is fantastic. Brings the cost down on Medicare for prescription drug prices, brings the cost down for consumers who participate in Medicare, and capping insulin at $35 an hour is why do I keep on saying that? Capping insulin at $35 is life-saving for people with diabetes, and capping out-of-pocket medical expenses at $2,000 is great. Like I said, Kamala Harris is talking about expanding this policy to all Americans. He's also committed to restore and protect women's reproductive rights. That sounds important to me. And committed to holding pharmaceutical and insurance companies accountable for price gouging and denials of treatment, and increasing access to mental health services. Those sound really positive. Those sound really positive. I don't know what that means. I wish that he was more specific about this. But yeah, that's Colin Allred. He is the Democratic Party candidate for U.S. Senator, which is super exciting. Chat is kind of moving. I'm going to get to chat in a little bit once we finish this federal portion. You can see on the agenda, we are on the U.S. Senator and U.S. Representatives portion of the agenda. Depending on where you live on your ballot, you might have the U.S. Representative for District 14 or the U.S. Representative for District 36. So we're going to go over both of those, but don't be surprised if you don't see some of these names on there. The U.S. representative for District 14 is between Randy Weber and Rhonda Hart. This one makes me really sad because Randy Weber has raised $844,000 and spent $752,000 on campaigning. Rhonda Hart has raised $18,000 and spent $5,000. There's no way she's going to win this election. It makes me sad because she seems sweet. We'll talk about some of her policies. I wish that she had more of a chance. Randy Weber is almost certainly going to win this seat. I wish that he wasn't, but hey, you can contribute to maybe him not by going out and voting for Rhonda Hart. So we're not going to talk about Randy Weber just because he's almost certainly going to win. And you can look him up if you want to. Rhonda Hart is a gun safety advocate. Is a gun safety advocate. She has been for 6 years after her 14-year-old daughter was killed in a school shooting in Santa Fe. Wild to take the grief of losing your child and plug that into advocating for change in your country, so much so that you're going to run for seats in the U.S. House of Representatives. I think that is monumentally admirable. And I respect her a lot. I'm super excited to be able to vote for her. I'm sad that she's probably not going to win. As a military veteran, she is committed to fighting for better access to doctors and medical facilities for veterans. And she is committed to defending women's reproductive rights and to passing federal laws to codify Roe v. Wade. She seems awesome. And then U.S. Representative for District 36. Again, this is another one that is pretty certain. The choices between Brian Babin and Dana Steele. Brian Babin has raised $812,000 and spent $878,000. Dana Steele has raised so little and spent so little that Open Secrets has no data on her. So she ain't going to win this one. She also is interesting. She's been a longtime DJ for 101 KLOL. She's a motivational speaker and author. Her entire campaign website is an ad for her Alzheimer's book. Okay. The main issue for Steele, this is a quote from her campaign site. The main issue for Steele 59 is Medicare for all because too many people can't afford the care they need, especially in the rural stretches and small towns of this district. Medicare for all is awesome. It's crazy that this is the first candidate that we've talked about so far that is advocating for it. That's wild. That's a wild time. Democrats are awful, man. Ugh. But yeah, almost certainly not going to win. But those are the federal elections other than president. U.S. Senator between Ted Cruz and Colin Allred. U.S. Representative for District 14 between Randy Weber, who's almost certainly going to win, and Rhonda Hart. And U.S. Representative District 36 between Brian Babin, who's almost certainly going to win, and Dana Steele. So, any questions on anything that we talked about so far? I'm going to go back and read some of this chat here. Tanner and Tyler, we're talking about snacks, popcorn, seems knowledgeable. I am here. Educate me. I know zero politics. Did somebody do command download? Command download is how you download this PDF, by the way. I haven't said that in a while. If you want to download this PDF for future reference, you can by doing command download. Sound effects are turned off, Sam, for that exact reason. Blame for Perez. Oh my God. Okay. Stop that. I would never in a million years. I don't think ever want to be an elected person in any kind of U.S. government, but certainly never would run for president and never would be capable. Are you kidding? This is scratching the very tippy top of the surface of how complex some of these issues are. I'm reducing them tremendously in order to be able to talk about them in this format. Who is this? Who are you? By this, I mean the politician he's talking about. Oh, I don't remember who you were talking about. He was talking about the Democratic representative for Texas Senator. That's Colin Allred. Yeah, he's great. You should vote for him. Wow, she sounds amazing. I remember you talking about saying that during Rhonda Hart's section. Yeah, Hart would have my vote, but you're in 36. I think you are almost certainly in 36. Yeah, I would love. I think I might be in 14, but I can't remember. Like I said, it splits kind of halfway through Beaumont. So the southern half of Beaumont is 36. The southern half of like Jefferson County is 36. Northern half of Jefferson County is 14. But yeah, Rhonda Hart sounds incredible. Tough luck, Sam. Blaine's taking this too seriously. Lame. Boo. Yeah. Like the fate of our country depends on this. Tell me about the Orange Man. Oh, you missed the Orange Man. Yeah. What do you think about grocery prices? You also missed the part where I talked about Kamala Harris advocating for prosecution of corporations that price gouge on food and grocery prices during crises. So that's a positive thing. Prosecuting corporations for price gouging seems good. It's crazy that she is the only candidate advocating for that, but that certainly would lower drug prices. Who did Blaine tell me to vote for? We have already discussed all of this. I haven't. Democrats gave us all these prices. Okay. Well, like I said, it is an objectively true fact that prices were lower during Donald Trump's presidency. However, COVID-19 happened, which dramatically increased prices because of complications with imports and exports and supply lines. And once prices go up, they don't come back down. It takes a very, very long time to get prices back down. That said, what you are saying is correct. Democrats gave us these prices because you could have enacted policies like prosecuting corporations for price gouging way sooner than Democrats are talking about actually doing those things, which would have reduced prices far more quickly. So it is Democrats' fault. Prices are high. Republicans are not going to be the people who are going to get your prices lower, I promise you. Democrats are elected officials. Well, technically, Democrats are in charge of both the Senate and the presidency, the executive branch at the time. So they're the people who have the disproportionate responsibility to pass legislation to make prices lower for citizens. You've missed a whole lot. Like I said, the VOD is going to be here. I'm going to upload this to YouTube. I'm going to cut it up into chunks. I'm going to post it, so you will get to you'll get to see it, all of it in the future. Right now, we are here. Here's my little arrow. We're on the federal Q&A. We're wrapping up the federal section. We're about to move into the state section and then the local section. Can we talk about how all the candidates suck? What Tyler said? Absolutely. That's depravity, man. 100%. And whoa, man. Who will protect my investments more? Honestly, I think Democrats probably would protect your investments more. Republicans would probably be pretty good for you if you're thinking about, like, it depends on what you're invested in, but Republicans are probably going to be good for you there as well. But it also depends upon how much money you have. Republicans tend to pass policies that are aimed at helping the top 4 to 5% of Americans more than the bottom 95%. So maybe Democrats probably. Look at all of us gathering to watch Blaine explain politics to us. Yeah, it's fine. T-Bone, who are you? That's well, maybe he doesn't want me to say. I'll let T-Bone say. I know who T-Bone is. Isn't one side proposing a larger capital gains tax? That is true. Kamala Harris is proposing more capital gains taxes on people worth more than $100,000. So if you are worth less than $100,000, you don't have to worry at all. That increased tax on capital gains and tax on unrealized capital gains will go up the more wealthy you are, starting at $100,000. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm a strong advocate for taxing unrealized capital gains. I think that keeping your wealth in unrealized capital gains and using those as collateral for taking out loans is the primary way that the wealthiest 1% of Americans get out of paying their fair share in taxes. And so I think the only way that you're going to be able to pry some of that wealth out of their hands is by maybe a moderate one, but by a tax on even unrealized capital gains. That sounds important. What is this tax thing? I'm worth way less than 100K. Yeah, most people are. I agree. I think you make laws around taking out those workarounds for sure. And like I said, unrealized capital gains is the main way that people like Jeff Bezos get around getting taxed. Yeah, no worries for us. 100%. A capital gain is like stonks. You take out a stonk, you buy a stonk, and you buy it at a low price, and you hope that stock goes up in value, so that you can sell it and make a profit off of the stock that you bought. That's a capital gain. Whenever you sell it and you make that money, that is the increased value of the stock. An unrealized capital gain is just the fact that you own the stock and it's gone up in value, so it demonstrates a more additional value that you've earned, but you've not yet sold it, so it's unrealized. The way that people like Jeff Bezos buy their yachts is by having a bunch of these stocks. The vast majority of their wealth is in stocks that appreciate in value, and then saying, look how valuable these stocks are right now, bank. Give me a loan for $5 billion so I can buy my mega yacht that I want. And as collateral for the loan, I will put up my capital gains from my stocks, my unrealized capital gains from my stocks. And the bank is like, yeah, sure, anything you want, Mr. Bezos. We desperately want your business. And so he's able to get $5 billion cash in his hand without having to sell his stocks, which is a problem. Like, we should be able to tax him somehow. And so taxing unrealized capital gains feels like an important thing. This will make companies' values go down, and a certain amount, though. That is an argument. I think whenever you make those taxes on unrealized capital gains small, but significant enough to be a lot of revenue from very wealthy people, whenever you make those taxes small, you mitigate the negative effects that it might have on like the stock market, but also by taxing unrealized capital gains, you incentivize people to sell their stocks, which breaks up the amount of company that's owned by a specific single individual and distributes it more into the stock market. And so if anything, it makes it more possible. Like stocks will become cheaper for people to buy, which will then make them more expensive again, which will help other people be able to participate in the stock market and not make it so much of a consolidated tight club for just the uber elite rich people. So maybe in some ways it incentivizes investment in stocks. So I don't know. It is a complicated issue that I don't understand fully at all. But to me, it sounds like a positive thing to tax unrealized capital gains. But is it that your worth or what you make in a year? It's what you're worth, not what you make in a year. Because I think Jeff Bezos' salary is like less than $1 million a year. These people who are exorbitantly wealthy are exorbitantly wealthy because of their unrealized capital gains. And so your capital gains is definitely tied into the calculation of how much you're worth. But you get taxed when you sell stocks. You do, like right now, there are capital gains taxes. They're pretty small, but there are capital gains taxes whenever you sell stocks. Kamala Harris is talking about increasing those for people who make more than $100,000 a year. Taxing unrealized capital gains for the masses hurts individual brokers and retirements. I think you mean like 401ks, which is sure, like that could, but like I said, we're talking about not exacting an unrealized capital gains tax on anyone that makes less than $100,000 a year, which is less than 10% of the population. So we're not talking about unrealized capital gains for the masses. We're talking about unrealized capital gains taxes for the really rich people. And the rich get richer. I have many thoughts on the stock debate. Yeah, and I'm not nearly as educated as I need to be because I hate money and don't like even thinking about money. I'm not as educated as I need to be. I think that like another perfectly good way of ensuring better wealth redistribution is by increasing the power of labor unions in the workforce. I think there are other avenues that you can go. I don't think that the one silver bullet is like an unrealized capital gains tax, and I think that there are other avenues that you can pursue that can be so successful that you don't need an unrealized capital gains tax. But I don't, like I said, I don't understand the whole issue as complexly as I should. How would this help distribute? Just more people would be taxed. I don't know what you mean. Incentivizing people to sell their capital gains, because like if you're getting taxed on unrealized capital gains, then you might as well sell it and have the money in your hand because you're going to get taxed on it anyways. And so selling it would get those stocks, like selling them and putting them back into the market. That would give other people the opportunity to buy them. And so like Jeff Bezos might sell some of Amazon and allow other people to be enriched by Amazon's success instead of him being the majority person who is getting enriched so much. I disagree with a lot of that. Yeah. I completely understand. We need to get rid of the workarounds, forcing them to sell, not tax their worth directly. I get boned. Yeah, I understand for sure. And like I said, I think that there are other ways that you can go about getting at that wealth and getting at a more equitable redistribution of wealth than an unrealized capital gains tax. So, maybe I personally am for it. All I'm hearing is I'm screwed. I'm in an ad. Stop talking. I am very educated on the stonks. Scary movie promo, spooky season. You've been exposed for no stubs. Trade a stock and buy a sub. But people would have the opportunity to buy. The people that end up buying the stocks are large mutual funds. That's true. Or hedge funds. That is true. And so, like figuring out ways to disincentivize those huge conglomerations of wealth that are the people who monopolize the stock market and monopolize ownership of the economy sounds like a positive thing to me. But like what you're advocating for is by saying that if they sell their stocks, then these large hedge funds will buy them up. That's true. But I think by maybe even being more aggressive about it, then you even might disincentivize these hedge funds. But like I said, I'm not educated enough to talk about the topic, and Tyler is probably more educated than me on this topic. Me, an individual, can buy any stock I want. Facts. Yeah, but they are not screwing the hedge funds, just individuals. Yeah, maybe. I think we have to move on from this because we have a lot more to talk about. We are only about halfway through this guide, but this is an important conversation, and we should talk about this more the next time we're around. But like I said, you are probably going to convince me pretty quickly on some of these things because I am not as educated as I should be on this topic. Stocks were not in the document you prepared for. Yeah, exactly. We have deviated Blaine from his political agenda. Chat 1, Blaine 0. Okay, we're moving on to state elections. That's exciting. We're moving on to state elections. The most important one that I'm going to talk about, and this is, so we're not going to talk about every single candidate in these elections. We are going to talk about every single election. But all these elections are kind of insane. Halfway through, didn't you start at 7? 8. I started at 8, but we are behind schedule. This is the election for the Texas Railroad Commissioner. I'm going to focus on the guide. I'm going to stop reading chat until the next Q&A. This is the guide for the Texas Railroad Commissioner. The Railroad Commissioner in Texas has nothing to do with railroads. The Department of Transportation oversees railroads, TxDOT. The Texas Railroad Commissioner regulates the oil and gas industry, gas utilities, pipeline safety, safety in the liquefied petroleum gas industry, and surface coal and uranium mining. Woo! This is a monumentally important position that just nobody talks about. This is the person who prosecutes, goes after, and enforces like regulatory laws against against oil companies, like oil companies, gas companies, pipelines. If a pipeline goes across your land and it leaks a bunch of like toxic chemicals onto your land, the railroad commissioner in Texas is the person who's responsible for suing, for prosecuting that company, and either exacting restitution from them or putting into place protections to prevent that kind of thing from happening again. Our current railroad commissioner is Christy Craddick, who is a person that I am not a fan of. The options for railroad commissioner are the Republican Party option, Christy Craddick, the Democratic Party option, Catherine Colbert, the Libertarian Party option. That is the best picture I could find of him. Hawk Dunlap, and the Green Party, haven't seen them since Jill Stein. The Green Party candidate, Eddie Espinoza. Christy Craddick is going to win this election. She has raised $9.18 million for her campaign. $9.18 million. The person who raised the most compared to her was another Republican in her primary. Catherine Colbert, who is her Democratic opposition in this race, has raised $13,000 compared to Christy Craddick's $9.18 million. I wonder why Christy Craddick might have a $10 million war chest for her election for railroad commissioner. I don't know. Let's see. Christy Craddick is crazy. I can't remember. No. So Christy Craddick is crazy. We're going to look at Transparency USA. Here we go. Transparency USA is a site that gives you information on who funds people's campaigns, like Christy Craddick's. That's not the right one. Oh, crap. Hold on. Copy. Paste. There we go. Like Christy Craddick. This is a list of her top contributors. Should we look at what industries and businesses these top contributors represent? Let's see. S. Javeed Anwar. Where is he from? What's he do? Javeed Anwar is a Midland owner and president of Midland Energy and Petroplex Energy Incorporated. Whoa, that's fascinating. What about Brian Sheffield? Brian Sheffield is the founder of Parsley Energy, a company engaged in hydrocarbon exploration in the Permian Basin. Whoa, that's interesting. What about John Sellers? John Sellers is actually founder and president of the firm, Mr. Seller, principals, blah, 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 blah. Oh, come on, John Sellers. Where are you? Let's look at Heart Energy. Oh, Heart Energy. Duh. I'm an idiot. Yeah. John Sellers, co-CEO and co-founder of Double Eagle Energy Holdings, LLC. Weird. Another energy company. That's how it's so strange. How about Kelsey Warren? Kelsey Warren, American billionaire, chairman and chief executive of Energy Transfer Partners. We're talking about, Tyler subscribed. 6-month subscription. Good Lord for Tyler. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. That's completely unnecessary, but awesome. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars of contributions from the very corporations that Christy Craddock is responsible for overseeing and regulating. I sold a stock. The very corporations that Christy Craddock is responsible for overseeing and regulating are the corporations that are directly funding to her campaign the most. There's this report from this great watchdog group, Captive Agency, which is kind of terrifying. We're just going to read through these 4 cases real quick. Ooh. 4 case studies illustrate Craddock's participation in agency matters in which she had financial interests, potentially undermining the RRC's, Railroad Commissioner's, reputation and mission. Not only does Christy Craddock get paid, her campaign get paid directly, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars, by energy companies, but she has stocks. Is a partner and in ownership of companies that she directly regulates. She benefits financially from the success of the companies that she is responsible for overseeing and regulating. And these are 4 case studies. These are of how Christy Craddock has operated as our railroad commissioner. Groundwater contamination. Awesome. Craddock cast a deciding vote not to fine a pipeline company. This is Phillips 66, by the way. If you know anything about Phillips 66, that's the pipeline company that they're mentioning here. Not to fine a pipeline company for a leak despite owning between $17,000 and $35,000 in the company's stock, and receiving $22,000 in campaign contributions from the company. I have donated directly to this chat. I am oil and gas. Am I bad? Craddock cast the deciding vote in not pursuing restitution from this company. Discriminatory rates. Craddock did not recuse herself from a case in which a pipeline company was accused of charging gas producers discriminatorily high rates. Craddock owned shares in the companies on both sides of this dispute, which all funded her campaign. She also held royalty interests tied to the case. Non-odorized gas. Railroad Commissioner her staff recommended penalizing a pipeline company $529,000 for failing for more than a year to add scent to gas in a transmission line passing through populated areas for safety purposes. The commission dismissed the case, which involved serious proposed penalties without explanation. Weird. Commissioner Craddock reported receiving income of up to $25,000 from the pipeline company in that same year. The type of income, interests and dividends, royalties and rent, is not defined in the personal financial statement form. Surface water contamination. An 8-year case involving the alleged contamination of a pond resulted in delayed soil cleanup without ongoing testing and monitoring. Commissioners sided with the well operator, holding a pipeline company responsible for soil remediation without penalizing the pipeline company for its non-compliance with agency requests to monitor the site. Commissioners Craddock and Wayne Christian held stock for years in the company operating the well. Craddock reported buying shares in the pipeline company the year the case was decided. Commissioner Christian and Craddock collected $31,000 in campaign contributions from these companies. This is our railroad commissioner. The person responsible for overseeing and regulating these companies is directly financially benefiting. We're just going to read a little bit of the details from the Phillips 66 leak because it was crazy. It's a crazy leak story. Let's see here. That's not the right one. Oh, come on now. This is Austin American Statement. Good newspaper if you want to read them. Excuse me. A buried pipeline running across a Fannette County ranch was leaking, and at least 42 barrels or 1,700 gallons of liquid gas containing a known carcinogen were seeping into the ground and possibly making their way into the Central Texas water table. The landowner told the company that owned the pipeline of an unusual odor and dying mesquite trees. Officials with the pipeline giant, Denver-based DCP Midstream, and this DCP Midstream, if you go to their site, is a Phillips 66 project, said they would alert state regulatory authorities. But they didn't do so until at least 3.5 months after the spill, according to county and state officials. Company officials say they have acted responsibly and followed all regulations, but this spring, an administrative law judge decided the company had acted with a lack of good faith, recommended that the state's oil and gas regulatory agency, that's the Railroad Commission, levy a $10,000 penalty against the $6 billion company. Oh, that's going to teach them. But instead of just the $10,000 penalty on the $6 billion company over its failure to report the leak, which may have begun as early as 2013 before being repaired in 2014, 2 of the 3 commissioners criticized their own agency's employees, criticized Railroad Commissioner Agency employees. In the end, the company, which says it's not to blame for any groundwater contamination, got off without a fine or reprimand. Cool. Christy Craddock, the commissioner chairwoman, has received awards from the oil and gas industry for her awards. They're giving her freaking trophies from the oil and gas industry for her regulatory approach. And the agency's executives have long cycled in and out of lobbying on behalf of the industry. Christy Craddock is an awful person. I can't imagine categorizing someone who has done this behavior in this position as not an awful person, and in no way deserves to be our railroad commissioner. She definitely will be. I would love it if Catherine Colbert was able to beat Christy Craddock's $10 million war chest. Unfortunately, Christy Craddock has the entire economic power of the companies that she regulates on her side. So that's sad, but I highly recommend everyone who is voting in Texas to go and vote against Christy Craddock. Highly, highly recommend. Okay, there are 6 judicial elections for the state. We're talking about 7 elections for the state of Texas. We're talking about Christy Craddock. We just did the railroad commissioner. Now we're doing 6 judicial elections. 3 justices of the Texas Supreme Court and 3 judges of the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals. It's basically like the Texas Supreme Court is kind of split into 2 in Texas. It's like the Supreme Court in the United States, but 2 different branches of it, I guess. The Texas Supreme Court sees civil and juvenile cases. That's their main responsibility. That's the main difference. Is Texas Supreme Court sees civil cases, Texas Court of Criminal Appeals sees criminal cases. Texas Supreme Court sees civil and juvenile cases between people, businesses, and other institutions, typically over money. These cases usually involve fraud or like property rights. They also oversee the State Bar Association. The Texas Court of Criminal Appeals sees criminal cases, is responsible for sentencing in death penalty cases, and is responsible for deciding cases involving constitutional rights. There are 3 judges for each one of these courts up for election. We're going to talk about not all of the judges that are up for election, but the 3 judges. This is probably one of the more contentious races here for these judges' seats between the Republican Party's Jimmy Blacklock and Democratic Party's Deshaun Jones. A little bit of background on Jimmy Blacklock. He some of his like rulings in the past in this position as a judge were that he ruled that the Texas Constitution authorizes each legislative chamber to compel the attendance of absent members by physical compulsion if necessary, in response to Texas House Democrats fleeing the state to deny the chamber the quorum needed to vote on Senate Bill 1. Senate Bill 1 was a monumentally restrictive voting rights bill. It seriously hampered voting rights in Texas. Democrats didn't want it to pass, but didn't have the numbers to be able to defeat it, and so they fled the state in order to not form a quorum. I don't know. Maybe that's kind of slimy. I am kind of down for you doing whatever it takes to protect voting rights in Texas. So I think that's great. Jimmy Blacklock was one of the judges on the Supreme Court at the time that ruled that the court that ruled that each legislative chamber, the Texas House of Representatives and the Texas Senate, can use physical compulsion if necessary to make people come back to form a quorum, which is what Texas did. They went in and got Democrats and made them come back. He also struck down a lower court injunction blocking investigation into the parents of transgender youths after Greg Abbott ordered the Department of Family Protective Services to investigate child abuse claims against parents providing their transgender children with gender-affirming care. So a lower court, Greg Abbott directed the Department of Family Protective Services to go after parents of transgender children who provided their children with gender-affirming care. Greg Abbott ordered the department to go after them for child abuse and to levy child abuse charges against them. A lower court blocked Greg Abbott's ability to do this. Jimmy Blacklock was part of the Texas Supreme Court decision that said, actually, this lower court cannot block Greg Abbott's order. Even though Blacklock also ruled that the governor did not have the authority to order such investigations. So it seems like the disagreement was not whether was that Blacklock believed that Abbott couldn't order these investigations, but he also believed that a lower court couldn't stop Abbott from executing an order that he made. So he felt like he couldn't make that executive order, but also that this lower court can't block that executive order. So it's more of like a process thing, I guess. I don't know. Deshaun Jones is from Harris County. He's a U.S. Army veteran. He is the district judge for the 180th Criminal District Court in Harris County. On his site, he says that he's running to promote diversity and fairness and that the system would prioritize rehabilitation of offenders when possible. That sounds positive to me. And then Judge David Peoples, there was like this weird controversy with Deshaun Jones that Judge David Peoples of the 165th District Court issued an order that Harris County had to hold a new election for Deshaun Jones. Deshaun, I don't know why I keep on saying Deshaun. Deshaun Jones, they had to hold a new election for the 180th District Court judge after the Republican candidate, Tammy Pierce, who narrowly lost to Jones in the 2022 election, filed a lawsuit challenging her election results. It's very popular now for Republicans to be like, election, it's not, my election was stolen. And so this judge, David Peoples, ordered a whole new election for Deshaun Jones, which will happen if Deshaun Jones does not give up his seat in order to go to the Supreme Court, which is possible. This is a pretty contested election. So Deshaun seems cool. Don't really know very much about either of these candidates, though. So that's one of the justices of the Supreme Court. This is another justice of the Supreme Court for place 4. Oh, Lord. This one's a crazy one. This one is between John Devine and Kristen Veen Weems. And we're not going to talk about Christine at all, because we're just going to talk about John Devine. Because John Devine, remember, is a justice of the Supreme Court, a justice of the Texas Supreme Court. Bear that in mind, the importance of impartiality when it comes to ruling in cases that see the Supreme Court. Bear that in mind as we read through some of this history for John Devine. He won his GOP primary this year for this seat by 0.8 of a percentage point. That's by about 16,000 votes. For a Texas statewide election, it was super close because Republicans don't like John Devine. Republicans are real worried that he's going to lose this. Justifiably so, because he's insane. He called the idea of church-state separation a myth. He fought to have the Ten Commandments displayed in his Harris County District courtroom. He claimed that he was arrested 37 times in the 80s at anti-abortion protests. This is a man who regularly sees cases in the Supreme Court on abortion rights in Texas. Was arrested 37 times at anti-abortion protests. Called the fellow justices of the Supreme Court of Texas brainwashed. This is an all-Republican Supreme Court, by the way. Brainwashed, and that they cared more about abiding by legal processes. They care about that too much. They cared more about abiding by legal processes than their fidelity to the Constitution. I, for one, would prefer for my Supreme Court justices to care about abiding by legal processes. He claimed that the state's all-GOP Court of Criminal Appeals, remember it's the Supreme Court and the Court of Criminal Appeals, he claimed that all the judges on the Court of Criminal Appeals were controlled by rhinos and were trans Republicans. Cool. He also, and this is insane, refused to recuse himself from a sex abuse lawsuit against former SBC leader. We have some familiarity with the SBC. Again, a lawsuit against former SBC leader Paul Pressler and his law partner Jerry Woodfill. Devine worked at Woodfill and Pressler's law firm. Remember, this is a case seeing the Supreme Court. Two other justices recused themselves in this case. Devine refused to. Worked at the law firm of the people being sued, prosecuted. Worked at Woodfill and Pressler's firm years before taking the bench. His tenure at the firm overlapped with the time that the plaintiff, a former employee of the firm, was allegedly molested by Pressler. Devine worked at the law firm at the same time that the victim worked at the law firm and was being sexually abused, molested by Paul Pressler. Two other justices who previously worked for the law firm recused themselves. Devine did not, and instead dissented from the court's 5-2 decision that allowed the suit to go forward after a challenge to its statute of limitations. Paul Pressler is dead, thankfully, hopefully rotting in the bad place. Paul Pressler was a serial abuser of young men who worked for his law firm. The victim in this case, along with 7 other victims in this case, alongside 7 other victims who were abused by Pressler in this case. The specific victim that started this case, the suit against Pressler, was molested by Pressler, was sexually abused by Pressler for 25 years, starting when he was 14 years old. The last instance of sexual abuse happened just outside of the statute of limitations. And the prosecutors in the case argued that because this abuse started when the victim was so young, he couldn't rationalize the idea that he was being abused properly, and therefore some grace should be extended for the statute of limitations, especially since Paul Pressler was being accused of molesting young boys for decades, molesting dozens of young boys for decades. The prosecutors argued that maybe some grace should be extended for the statute of limitations. John Devine, having worked for Pressler, been a good friend of Pressler's for his office, having used Pressler to further his career, did not recuse himself from the case where Pressler is being sued, and was one of the only 2 Supreme Court justices to dissent from the case. John Devine said, actually, no, statute of limitations should be upheld in this case. This man should not be able to prosecute Paul Pressler. Add that on top of, I don't understand how this person can possibly claim any level of impartiality in judicial decisions whenever he calls church-state separation a myth, calls fellow Republicans on the Supreme Court rhinos and trans Republicans, and claims to have been arrested 37 times at anti-abortion protests. I don't understand how he can be a Supreme Court justice. So his race is very contested. It is very possible that Christine Weems could be the only Democratic person on the Supreme Court out of the whole Supreme Court and Court of Criminal Appeals if he loses this race, which is very possible. So I highly recommend that people go vote for Christine Weems. She seems cool. Even though I'm not going to give you really any information at all on her. And then the last race for Supreme Court justice, remember we're talking about 3 Supreme Court justices and 3 judges of the Court of Criminal Appeals. The last race for Supreme Court justice is between Republican Party, the Republican Party's Jane Bland, and the Democratic Party's Bonnie Lee Goldstein, and the Libertarian Party's J. David Robertson. This one is one that is not very strongly contested. Jane Bland has raised $617,000. She has spent $230,000 on her campaign so far. Bonnie Goldstein has raised $23,000 and has spent $35,000. It's very likely that Goldstein is probably not going to win this race. It would be great if she did. She almost certainly isn't. Here's a little bit of information on Goldstein, though. She was a municipal judge for Cockrell Hill, Rose City, and Dallas. She was the presiding judge of the 44th Judicial District Court in Dallas County. She served in the 5th District Court of Appeals. And from her campaign website, it says that she has diverse practice history, including construction litigation, education law, state and local government, and contracts and procurement. Seems fine. I would say support her. She's probably not going to win. And now we're going to blow through Court of Criminal Appeals pretty quickly here. We're going to blow through Court of Criminal Appeals pretty quickly here because another insane story here. We're going to talk about all 3. These are the 3 Republican nominees for the positions on the Court of Criminal Appeals. They are David Schenck, Gina Parker, and Lee Finley. Ken Paxton is the Attorney General of Texas. Ken Paxton is an insane person who has been impeached, investigated for blatant corruption, has used his office to attack trans people and minorities. But one of the ways that he has used his office recently, especially after the 2020 election, was to go after election fraud, which is virtually non-existent in the entire country, also in Texas. But used his office to go after election fraud. This story is interestingly very applicable to Jefferson County. Ken Paxton's office after the 2020 election was unilaterally pursuing more than 150 charges of election fraud. And a couple of examples are that he indicted Medina County Justice of the Peace Tomas Ramirez with illegally possessing absentee ballots for 17 voters. Yo, Tanner subscribed. No, he didn't. He redeemed Give a Treat to Cassie. We will give a treat to Cassie in the next Q&A. Ken Paxton indicted Medina County Justice of the Peace, Tomas Ramirez, with illegally possessing absentee ballots of 17 voters during the 2018 GOP primary in Medina County. He won that primary by like almost 200 votes. The idea that he committed voter fraud to get 17 votes is ridiculous. But whatever. That's an example of one of these 150 charges. Another example is that Ken Paxton indicted Jefferson County Sheriff Zena Stevens. Zena's cool. I like Zena. Indicted Jefferson County Sheriff Zena Stevens with tampering with government records and accepting cash contributions greater than $100 during the 2016 election. He approached the county district attorney for Jefferson County with this evidence and said, look, Zena Stevens cheated in our election. The county DA said, no, there's no evidence here to support that claim. Ken Paxton did not heed the criticism of the county DA and instead just indicted Zena Stevens anyways by going outside of Jefferson County to a grand jury in Chambers County. Indicted Zena Stevens anyways. Zena appealed her case and it went all the way up to the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals. And the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals issued a ruling, an 8-1 opinion, saying that the Attorney General, Ken Paxton, must get permission from local county prosecutors to pursue cases on issues like voter fraud. He cannot just go and unilaterally prosecute individuals because he's not part of the judicial system. He's part of the executive system, the executive branch in Texas. He's supposed to be attending to executive matters, not prosecuting individuals in individual cities and individual counties in Texas. That is the job of local DAs and local prosecutors. And if Ken Paxton does want to pursue charges against local people in local counties, he has to work with the offices of the local prosecutors, the local district attorneys. The Court of Criminal Appeals, the all-Republican Court of Criminal Appeals, ruled in an 8-1 decision that Ken Paxton has to get the permission of local DAs to prosecute people. Afterwards, Paxton's allies created the Texans for Responsible Judges PAC, which dumped hundreds of thousands of dollars into funding the opponents of every judge that ruled against Paxton in the Republican primaries. 3 judges were up for re-election of that 8 that ruled against Paxton. 3 judges were up for re-election. Paxton dumped hundreds of thousands of dollars into each one of their primaries, and they all lost. Every single judge lost. So every single one of these judges are Ken Paxton's hand-picked replacements for the Court of Criminal Appeals that presumably will work to empower him further to unilaterally prosecute people in Texas for ridiculous trumped-up charges of like voter fraud. So I would say vote for the Democratic candidates or Libertarian candidates, whatever candidate appears that is not a Republican candidate on every single one of the Court of Criminal Appeals elections. Do not vote for Republicans in any of the Court of Criminal Appeals elections because, like I said, all of these Republicans are new, inexperienced, have no Supreme Court, have no Court of Criminal Appeals experience, and are Ken Paxton's hand-picked servants, like buddies that are going to go on the Supreme Court. It's crazy, dog. Like, part of the reason why Ken Paxton was being impeached, by the way, like one of the criticisms, the big reason, like David Covey was a big election here in Jefferson County recently, because Ken Paxton funded Ken Paxton and Dan Patrick and Greg Abbott funded Covey, who was a opponent to Dade Phelan in his primary, because Dade Phelan supported Ken Paxton's impeachment, and and Dade Phelan criticized Ken Paxton's super PAC for meeting with Nazis. Yo, Paul subscribed. Paul, you don't have to subscribe. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. That's crazy, but I appreciate it. David Covey was extremely annoying with those ads. Yeah, especially the ones where he photoshopped Dade Phelan's face onto Hakeem Jeffries hugging Nancy Pelosi, like bonkers. David Covey was insane, was directly funded by Ken Paxton and Greg Abbott and Dan Patrick, and the Texans for Texan Liberty PAC, or whatever it's called, whatever Ken Paxton's PAC is. He was opposed because he criticized Ken Paxton, because Ken Paxton is the head of that super PAC, and that super PAC met with Nick Fuentes for election advice. Nick Fuentes, if you're not aware, is a Nazi, is a neo-Nazi, is like a literal neo-Nazi, like Holocaust denial, white supremacist, Jews will not replace us Nazi. Yo, hey, y'all are gonna have to stop subscribing. This is crazy. The stream makes me feel like it's over. I don't know what that means. So yeah, Ken Paxton, a hype train. That's exciting. Ken Paxton, is an insane person who was consulting Nazis on how to run elections in Texas. And whenever Dade Phelan criticized him for it, he dumped hundreds of thousands of dollars into his opponent's campaign. So anywho, these are Dade Phelan's hand-picked replacements for the Court of Criminal Appeals. Do not vote for them. Vote for anybody else except for these people. Whoo! That is state. We are on the state Q&A now. We're done. We did federal. We did state. We're going to do state Q&A. I'm going to scroll to the chat. Y'all have been chatting. Y'all been putting your questions in there. We're going to address some of those. And then we're going to move on to local politics here in Jefferson County. Holy crap. It's 11:15. Oh my God. It's fine. Let's see here. Manual. So is the farmer left to pick up the spill? Oh no, I think in that case, I think Phillips 66 did clean it up, but we have no idea what degree they cleaned it up to. Maybe it wasn't sufficient. The Railroad Commission certainly didn't do any investigation or didn't feel like it was necessary to prosecute them for restitution or to enact any extra, regulations in place to prevent it from happening again. But I'm not quite sure about the details of whether, I think Phillips 66 cleaned it up. Got to make the puppet feel important. I don't know what that means. Manuel's here. I am the railroad czar. Blame for Prez, not blame for Prez. You missed. Hey, y'all are going to have to cut it out now. Y'all are going to have to cut it out. Stop this. I appreciate it. But stop it now. Blame for Prez. You missed a crazy explanation about our railroad commissioner. Oh yeah, it was crazy. Railroad commissioner. Don't vote for Christy Craddock. You also missed talking about the Orange Man. Does Jones think he's a saint in that pic? Jones. Oh, Deshaun. Oh yeah, the seal looks like. Haha, you're funny. Saint Jones. Cameron for Justice of the Supreme Court. Sure, I'll do it. Sam for his stenographer. What does that mean? I don't know. I guess you're referring to stenographer. This is the one I know. And the least, I don't know what that's referring to. I just like any Republican who uses the term rhino. Yeah. John Devine looks confused in that picture. I think John Devine is confused about a lot of things in his life. You too extreme. SBC has never done anything wrong ever. Overlapping work time frame only found out by Houston Chronicle. Oh, I didn't know that. Houston Chronicle does good work. I like them. A lot of this information, especially the Ken Paxton stuff, comes from the Texas Tribune. I highly recommend, if you don't read the Texas Tribune, they are the best journalistic source in Texas. I highly, highly recommend you read the Texas Tribune. Texas Observer and the Texas Monthly are both really good sources as well, but nothing matches Texas Tribune, man. That's how we figured out that Nick Fuentes was meeting with Ken Paxton's PAC. Is a Texas Tribune reporter got a tip that he was meeting him early in the morning because nobody wanted people seeing Nick Fuentes get there. And so he staked out in his car and like snapped pictures and broke the story. And so Texas Tribune, man, great institution. I love them. You got some crazy stuff here tonight. I mean, we got some crazy stuff going on in Texas, which is why it's important to vote. This is why we're doing this. State actually got rid of a lot of statute of limitation laws for sexual assault. Many examples now let them be prosecuted and any number of years later. Yeah, that's great. That's awesome. Good stuff. Increases statutes of limitation, especially for sexual assault. Maybe it's time to find a new country. A lot are significantly worse. That is true. Iceland is pretty good. Reykjavik, I hear, has fantastic public policy. Yes, most but not all. Let's form our own nation, Blaine land. We're not doing that. That sounds insane. No, Blaine is going to tax my unrealized gains. I would tax your unrealized gains. I'm so sorry. Blaine for Prez of Blaine land. Tyler as treasurer, so you can control the money. I only want to be taxed when I sell. I can get behind where I help with the stonks, education, and policies. Every time I hear stories about politicians, I think about the boys. Oh yeah, willing to do anything to be relevant and stay in power, 100%. So $99 is the limit, apparently. That's insane. Imagine being so insecure to want to do that and petty enough to actually do it. Yeah, 100%. Ken Paxton is an insane person. David Covey was crazy. Yeah, if we have ads like that, I'm not voting for you just for that reason. Paul's here. This stream makes me feel like it's over. I don't know what that means, really. Does he have little Nazi action figures too? That's a good joke, Paul. That's in reference to the Republican candidate for governor of North Carolina, who was outed as a literal Nazi. We're not going to get into the insane details there, but part of like the insane details, this is the least insane of the insane details, is that he collects little Nazi action figures and memorabilia, takes pictures of them to make it look like historical photos. Yeah, crazy. You have a question? Give me a second. Let's go. Hype Train Level 2 and Expose the Lurker. In my senior design class today, one of the engineers who gave us a presentation on politics and engineering and spoke on how Dade Phelan fought for us to get funding. Absolutely. For the levee and flood prevention without it affecting our taxes, which is great. 100%. Absolutely. So do you know if his opposition would work toward the same efforts? I don't know. Honestly, David Covey didn't feel like he advocated for many things beyond like how awesome Trump is and how like Dade Phelan is a drunk and rhino. So that is I don't know what Covey would have done in that situation. Dade Phelan has been really good, not only for securing funding for local infrastructure, which has its roots in the Inflation Reduction Act, which gave tremendous amount of funding for coastal areas to upgrade their infrastructure to combat climate change. Like they're putting like a whole bunch of new infrastructure on like the Rainbow Bridge, and they're like rebolstering it or whatever. And the Port Arthur Port and Port of Beaumont, I think is getting some of that funding as well. Dade Phelan worked to secure portions of that from the federal government for our area, but that also has its roots in like Joe Biden's legislation. He also worked to allocate more funding for LIT and for Lamar University. So like Lamar University has more money to make tuition cheaper for students precisely because of Dade Phelan's advocacy for Lamar University. The biggest reason why Dade Phelan is able to do that is because Dade Phelan is Speaker of the Texas House of Representatives. And so he has an outsized say in the way that funds are allocated in Texas. Covey, had he been elected, would not have been Speaker of the House of Representatives, and so would have had a much smaller say in the way that funds are allocated, especially to our benefit, than Dade Phelan does. So it is a great thing that Dade Phelan won his primary. I'm not exactly the biggest Dade Phelan fan, but of the Republicans, he is a cooler Republican. Ish in some ways and not in other ways. Oh no, it must have been the Tribune. Yeah, that makes sense that it would be the Tribune. Who was Senate Bill 1 restricting? Let's see. Let's go look at it a bit. Texas Senate Bill 1. Texas voting bill signed into law. Governor Greg Abbott signs Texas voting bill into law, overcoming Democratic quorum breaks. Though delayed by Democratic quorum breaks, Texas has officially joined the slate of Republican states that have enacted new voting restrictions following the 2020 election. Governor Greg Abbott on Tuesday signed into law Senate Bill 1, sweeping legislation that further tightens state election laws and constrains local control of elections by limiting counties' ability to expand voting options. Awesome. The governor's signature ends months of legislative clashes and standoffs during which Democrats, propelled by concerns that the legislation raises new barriers for marginalized voters, forced Republicans into 2 extra legislative sessions. SB 1 is set to take effect 3 months after the special legislative session in time for the 2022 primary elections, but it could still be caught up in the federal courts. Abbott's signature was both preceded and followed by a flurry of legal challenges that generally argue that the law will disproportionately harm voters of color and voters with disabilities. On top of 2 federal lawsuits filed last week, 3 new lawsuits, including one in state district court, were filed Tuesday shortly after it became law. While SB 1 makes some changes that could expand access, namely increasing early voting hours in smaller, mostly Republican counties, awesome. The new law otherwise restricts how and when voters cast ballots. It specifically targets voting initiatives used by diverse Democratic Harris County. The state's most populous by banning overnight early voting hours and drive-through voting, both of which proved popular among voters of color last year. The new law also will ratchet up voting by mail rules in a state where the option is already significantly limited, give partisan poll watchers increased autonomy inside polling places by granting them free movement, and set new rules and criminal penalties for voter assistance. It also makes it a state jail felony for local election officials to proactively distribute applications for mail-in ballots. Awesome. Even if they are providing them to voters who automatically qualify to vote by mail or groups helping get out the vote. One thing that all Texans can agree on, and that is that we must have trust and confidence in our elections. The bill that I am about to sign helps you achieve that goal. Abbott said before signing the bill. The law does, however, make it harder for fraudulent votes to be cast. Abbott signed the bill surrounded by Lieutenant Governor Grant Patrick and the bill's lead authors, Senator Brian Hughes of Mineola, I don't know, and Representative Andrew Murr of Junction, as well as other Republican lawmakers. So yeah, voting restrictions that disproportionately target metropolitan areas like Harris County and Dallas and San Antonio and Austin, and disproportionately target voters of color. Cool. That is what Senate Bill 1 was. In good news, I'm making a gumbo from scratch tonight. That's exciting. Dude, it looks so good. Thanks, Paul. Blaine, what is this? I have Oh, you do have an emote. I forgot that I gave you an emote. Yeah, you have an emote now. There it is, buddy. There was Dade. Where was Dade when I was paying for school? Yeah, exactly. Poll watchers have it rough. Unpaid volunteer. Ham, hey, in case you didn't know, Ham Solo Dylan is an election worker, like is super cool for doing that, for giving up his time to go and help people vote. He volunteers for the county to be an election worker. So he's like an inside source here. Poll watchers have it rough. Unpaid volunteer position with no rights. Not even to talk. Awesome. Formally not allowed to leave until end of the election day. It's ironic because so much money is allocated to Port Arthur and Beaumont because they make up roughly 60% of our nation's base oil production. Absolutely. And the Keystone Pipeline ends here. So they're really just projecting this infrastructure in place while actively ignoring the effects. Yeah. You put your finger on it 100%, Zam, and it's easy and you could do it. I know. I really want to. I have not yet, but I've been thinking about it. Okay, we have to move on. Good Lord, it's 11:30, but we should be able to get through local elections pretty quickly here. So we're almost done. We're almost done, guys. Everybody, hold on. We're about to fly through local elections here. Local elections for Jefferson County. Sheriff. Zena Stevens is up for re-election this year. I have liked what Zena Stevens has done as our sheriff. Her challenger is Republican Party nominee Stephen Broussard. It's very, in my opinion, Stephen Broussard is relatively unknown and kind of like an insane Facebook troll. I don't see him winning this at all, but especially given his background. He was a Jefferson County Sheriff's deputy for 25 years. He was suspended in 2013 after allegations of evidence mishandling, like tampering with evidence. Cool. He was investigated in 2013 for allegations of attempting to influence a Port Neches Police Department DWI case. Like he called up the judge and was like, "Hey, my buddy got arrested for a DWI. Can you help him out?" And the judge was like, you can't ask me to do that. You're breaking the law. So this guy seems crazy. And yeah, the whole, like all the details are fuzzy of what I've been able to patch together, but it's like, there was like the people who deliver subpoenas was trying to deliver a subpoena, I think to like the judge of the court that he was working as a bailiff in. And he roughed up the guy and arrested him. And the guy had a little secret pin camera on whenever he got roughed up and arrested. And so whenever they took all of his stuff after they arrested him, the little camera got put into evidence, like the evidence locker. And Stephen Broussard allegedly went in to like try to delete the footage of him arresting the guy off that little camera. That's the details that I was kind of able to piece together. I don't know. He seems crazy. This is him on 12 News talking about one of his main priorities as sheriff is frustration that 50 employees were terminated without cause. And this is him talking about it. This is Zena Stevens' response to him, to that allegation. But you also just get a feel for like her personality, who I feel like is fun. She's fun. If it'll play.
So over the last several years, in fact, 8 to 10 years, 50 employees have been terminated without just cause. I intend to bring an end to that.
Meanwhile, Sheriff Stevens says she's terminated less than 14 people in 4 years and gave 12 News a few examples.
Was having sex on duty. With, it was consensual, but that person got terminated, right? And so when people violate laws, yeah, they're going to get terminated. But any other issues, we have a disciplinary process that we go through. And again, I'm transparent.
Stevens says during her tenure, she's required all deputies to wear body cameras, implemented new technology in the jail, and more. If elected again, Stevens says she plans to focus on mental health resources for deputies and everyday citizens.
They were getting freaky at work. Yeah, apparently. Zena Stevens also, whenever she became sheriff, allocated funds for the first time at Jefferson County Correctional Facility for mental health treatment for inmates. That sounds good to me. I will admit the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office is pretty opaque to me. Don't know a whole lot of details. And now that we're at the local level, there's just not going to be a whole lot of details. You're going to have to be content with what you get here. But she seems to advocate for healthier ways of policing, I guess, in prioritizing mental health. And her personality is fun. I just like the way that if people are having sex on duty, if you're breaking the law, yeah, you're going to get fired. Yeah, apparently they were going to freak you at work crazy. The next election is for county tax assessor-collector. The county tax assessor-collector is responsible for collecting property taxes, for processing vehicle registrations, and for maintaining voter rolls, and they process voter registration applications. The two candidates who are running for county tax assessor-collector are the Republican nominee Kate Carroll and the Democratic nominee Sean Webb Locke. Kate Carroll is the former owner-operator of StatCare EMS. She sold it relatively recently, made a fat dime off of it. She says on her campaign website that she's committed to enhancing efficiency and fiscal responsibility. She supports the implementation of voter identification requirements. One, she doesn't have any power to do that. Like, that's not what tax assessor collector does. And two, like we just saw with Senate Bill 1, a lot of times increased voter identification requirements are just kind of veiled ways of voter suppression. She's committed to regular maintenance and updates of voter rolls to remove deceased individuals, non-residents, and ineligible voters. That also sounds kind of, I don't know. I guess it's good to keep voter registration up to date. But like Greg Abbott just recently deleted like over 1 million voter registrations, which is why if you do command register in the chat, you'll get a link to check if you're registered to vote. I would highly recommend that you check to see if you're registered to vote, because there are some people who have found that they were incorrectly like unregistered. Even though a lot of the people that Greg Abbott cleared off the rolls were like dead people. I don't know, like it just feels icky, like it could easily be used as a tool to, I don't know, figure out how to target communities. I'm not saying that she's doing this. It just feels weird that she makes that a priority on her website. And she says that she's committed to implementing policies that promote transparency, security, and accessibility in voter registration. Kate Carroll is very much the establishment candidate in this race. Sean Webb Locke is kind of on the outside of local politics. Kate Carroll is the wife of Rod Carroll, who was the Vider police chief, who I'm not a huge fan of personally. She's also the daughter of like a former Texas governor or something like that. She's like up high in the Texas Republican Party. So she's pretty establishment Texas Republicans, kind of like how like Dade Phelan is. If you're looking for maybe a less establishment candidate, maybe Webb Locke is your option. The fact that Kate Carroll is well funded is very apparent, because her website is a lot more detailed than Webb Locke's is. And whenever I think about somebody who's essentially a glorified bill collector, which is what the tax assessor collector does, whenever I think about somebody who's basically a glorified bill collector, I would prefer someone who put together a more, comprehensive campaign website than someone who put together a less comprehensive campaign website. But Webb Locke seems cool. She used to teach at BISD. She was in the administration at BISD. She's a graduate of BISD and a graduate of Lamar University. She's the founder of Sean Sold It Real Estate. She serves on the Lamar University Alumni Board. She is with the Beaumont chapter of the NAACP, and she serves with Pioneering Women. I know some of the people who are involved in the leadership of Pioneering Women, who sometimes like Pioneering Women is used as a kind of a line on a resume. But apparently Weblock is like really involved and really concerned about making our community a better place for women, and greater empowering women in our community. She's also committed to improving Tax Assessor-Collector customer service is specifically like the one thing that I kind of saw that she was prioritizing on her website. She seems cool. Kate Carroll seems cool. I don't know. This one's a little bit of a toss-up for me. So we'll see. However you feel like you want to vote on that one. And then we have County Commissioner for Precinct 1. This is technically an uncontested race, but Addie Allen is the write-in candidate that has registered for this position. She seems cool. She saw in the newspaper that the local Democratic Party did not put up a candidate for commissioner. They didn't feel like they could put up somebody who could feasibly win the position, and so therefore couldn't justify spending the money on the race. And so Addie Allen, frustrated that the Democratic Party wasn't going after this important position, Addie Allen registered to become a writing candidate and is like campaigning for people to write her name in. So I'm going to write in Addie Allen. You want to make sure that you write her name down because she won't appear on your ballot. It'll just be a blank space for a write-in candidate. She worked with the Department of Homeland Security doing disaster assistance. She was a disaster assistance specialist for like years. And then she ran in the 2012 Democratic primary for U.S. Senator for Texas. She seems fun. I like her. And she's just like a community advocate. She's like always at City Hall, really kind of putting it to city leaders in like good ways. Like whenever they're not living up to the standards that they should be living up to, Addie Allen is going to be there to like be on their butt. So she seems cool. I like her. And then the last election, we made it all the way to the end. We have one more special proposition to talk about after this, but the last election is Justice of the Peace for Precinct 1, Place 1. And that race is between the independent candidate, not Republican Party. Republican Party did not put anybody up for this position. The independent candidate, George Milhouse Jr., and the Democratic Party candidate, Naomi Showers Doyle. This one I have a little bit more detail on. And I like Doyle. Doyle is cool. I would look up, like Channel 12 has some good footage from the press club, the recent press club meeting that happened, where all of these different candidates got to talk about their platforms. And Milhouse talked and Doyle talked. Milhouse is a cop. And sometimes being a cop doesn't translate directly into being a good judge. But he has 30 years of dedicated service to Jefferson County. I don't know what that means. I don't know if that means he's been a cop for 30 years, but he's a cop with the Jefferson County Sheriff's Department. He serves currently with the Jefferson as a criminal court bailiff for the Jefferson County Sheriff's Department at the Jefferson County Courthouse. So like he's around the court. He's seen the court happen. Sometimes that doesn't translate into being a good judge. On the other hand, Naomi Showers Doyle, Naomi Doyle has experience as a justice of the peace. She was elected to be the justice of the peace for Precinct 1, Place 1 in 2020. She worked as a legislative assistant in the Texas House of Representatives. She formerly served as elections manager for Jefferson County. And so she just has like more, she has like a degree in law. And so she has more legal background to being a judge than more like law enforcement background to being a judge. But I like Doyle. This ruling that she made in this Calvin Walker case is frustrating to me. So we're going to talk about Calvin Walker. If you were not aware, Calvin Walker is a tremendously famous, notorious person in Beaumont. because he stole over $1 million from BISD. It's crazy. Calvin Walker's a crazy person. He still has not paid back one penny of that $1 million that he stole from BISD. And Calvin Walker was recently in Naomi Doyle's court. In January of 2020, Calvin Walker was convicted of securing execution of a document by deception after he submitted falsified invoices and fraudulently applied check receipts to collect roughly $1,172,656 from BISD, overcharging them for electrical work that he performed. He has an electrical company and did work for BISD and overcharged them exorbitantly on everything that he did for them, and therefore stole more than $1 million from BISD. That happened. He was convicted of that in 2020. It was happening in 2014. He stole a crazy amount from BISD, is very famous in the community for having stolen all that money from BISD. He has continued to this day to appeal the ruling that convicted him, unsuccessfully, kind of. We're going to get to that in just a minute. But in the meantime, in October 2022, Charles Paul filed a lawsuit against Walker, claiming that Walker did subpar electrical work for him and then he had overpaid for the job. Why people are still hiring Calvin Walker to do electrical work for them, I don't know. I guess this Charles Paul guy didn't know who Calvin Walker was or didn't know about Calvin Walker's background. But he hired Calvin Walker to do electrical work for him and says that Calvin Walker did subpar electrical work and overcharged him. That sounds familiar. Paul sought to recoup $2,700 of the $7,700 he had already paid Walker in overpaid funds for what he described as poor quality work at an inflated rate. That sounds real familiar. It sounds like Calvin Walker's still up to his old tricks. This is a lawsuit that Charles Paul filed against Calvin Walker in Naomi Doyle's court. Walker countersued Paul, claiming that Paul was attempting to steal money from him through his lawsuit. He requested an additional $5,000 in damages. Paul has already paid Calvin Walker $7,700 for the work that Calvin Walker did for him. Calvin Walker countersues him for $5,000, arguing that he was still owed $2,300 because Walker quoted to Paul $8,500 for the job, but Paul only paid him $7,700. Argues that Paul still owes him $2,300 and that the $2,700 that Paul was trying to recoup from Walker, that Paul sought, was part of a frivolous lawsuit. How that makes Calvin Walker entitled to it, I don't understand. But Calvin Walker has done this math and decided that actually Paul wants $2,700 from him. Actually, Paul owes $5,000 to Calvin Walker. Then, in the midst of this court case, Calvin Walker's in Washington, D.C. in November of 2022, in front of the Supreme Court of the United States of America. Walker swore an oath of indigence in front of the Supreme Court that he could not pay more than $1 million in restitution to BISD because his sole income was disability payments that weren't even enough to cover his monthly expenses, much less pay back BISD. What are you talking about, man? You just did this job that Charles Paul is suing you for and got at least $7,700 from him. Certainly that's not the only job that Calvin Walker has had in the last 2 years. What do you mean your only source of income is disability payments? How could that possibly be true? So in March of 2023, Naomi Doyle, getting back to why this is relevant, ruled that Charles Paul had to pay Calvin Walker $5,000 in damages. The $5,000 in damages Walker requested in his countersuit. How somebody, I can't imagine how she doesn't know that Calvin Walker has the BISD stuff in his history. I can't imagine that she doesn't know that Calvin Walker is in front of the Supreme Court arguing that he has no income, while he's telling her in her court that Charles Paul paid him $7,700 and should pay him $5,000 more. I don't know how she can't know those things. And if she doesn't, she should. And it feels crazy to rule with Calvin Walker in this case. So, I mean, like, I like Doyle. I think, like, on paper, I like Doyle more than Milhouse. But I don't know. That Calvin Walker case is kind of crazy. The fact that she's been justice of the peace for a while now gives us the benefit of being able to see her judicial record. And that's in her judicial record. That feels crazy to me. But I don't know. Maybe legally the decision was justified. Maybe she knows what she's doing. Like I said, I would prefer a candidate for this position that has more of a legal background than a law enforcement background. But those are the two candidates for justice of the peace. The last thing on our agenda is Beaumont ISD, Proposition A. This proposition is annoying to me. I'm just going to read to you the language of the proposition. But the way that Shannon Allen is the BISD superintendent, and the way that Shannon Allen has been talking about this proposition is freaking annoying. The language of the proposition that you're going to see on your ballot to vote in favor for or against is ratifying the ad valorem tax rate of $0.96491 per 100 valuation in Beaumont Independent School District for the current year, a rate that will result in an increase of 14.3% in the maintenance and operations tax revenue for the district for the current year as compared to the preceding year, which is an additional $13 million. No idea what that means. Super complicated. What's happening is in Jefferson County, our tax rates got cut. In the city of Beaumont, our tax rate got cut. However, our appraisals went up. All of our property appraisals went up. And so this year we are going to pay more in taxes, but all of our tax rates will go down. We're going to end up paying more in taxes because our property appraisal is higher. Overall tax rates are going to go down regardless of whether or not you vote for this proposition. If you vote for Proposition A, your overall tax rate will go down to 87 cents per $100. If you vote for Proposition A, your overall tax rate will only go down to 96 cents per $100. So the way that Shannon Allen has been talking about this is that this is a tax cut. You're voting for a tax cut. This is a tax cut. When in reality, your taxes are going to be cut either way. What you're really voting for is for your taxes to go down less, which will result in $13 million for BISD. What's happening is they're decreasing the tax rate. The BISD has two allocated tax rates. One for money that goes towards paying debts, like interest and debts, and one that goes towards like everything else. The tax rate for everything else is the maintenance and operations tax rate. And so what you're voting for is to lower the tax rate for interest, but increase the tax rate for maintenance and operation. It means that if you vote no to this, if you vote against it, your tax rate will go down to 87 cents per $100. If you vote for it, your tax rate will only go down to 96 cents per $100. But it will mean $13 million in the pocket of BISD that Shannon Allen has promised will go towards increasing teachers' pay, which sounds really great to me. it'll go towards increasing teacher pay and increasing security in BISD schools. I'm totally fine with the extra 10 cents per $100. I'm totally fine with paying that if it means that teachers at BISD get to have more pay. I think more pay for teachers is a good thing. So I'm voting for this proposition. If you're super interested in that 10 cents per $100, maybe you vote against this one. Beaumont property appraisals have increased, so everyone will end up paying more taxes either way at the end of the year. But Beaumont tax rates are all going down, so we will pay less of a tax rate, but we will pay more in taxes because our appraisals went up. The proposition is essentially giving BISD permission to keep the tax rate slightly higher for maintenance and operations, but decrease the overall tax rate. With those increased allocated funds, BISD plans to increase teacher pay and increase security. Whoo! That is every item that's going to be on your ballot in the 2024 November election, general election. This was an insane amount of research. And I usually do, maybe not. I don't usually do quite this amount of research to this degree. I certainly don't do the work to put it into this kind of format. So, but I really feel like it's an important thing to give people the opportunity to be more educated when they're voting, and access to that education is hard to find. Like I said, I don't think this is a perfect guide. It certainly is a very incomplete guide, and it is extremely partisan and biased. So if you were coming here for an unbiased, bipartisan, holistic election guide, that wasn't what you're going to get. But it is, I hope that it has been useful for you, and I hope that it'll continue to be useful for people in the future. Everybody say hi YouTube, hi TikTok, because all these are going to go on YouTube and TikTok, which I'm excited to publish. Okay, I'm going to catch up on chat. Any further questions? I can go over a little bit of my Orange Man bad takes, if you would like, Tyler. But you can also just go back in the VOD and watch everything that I already said. Let's see here. Oh yeah, Tyler, I feel like you have a good perspective on Xena. I don't understand. Golly, people have been chatting. Frank Turek told me to vote for Trump. Who's Frank Turek? Oh, is that evangelical guy that y'all saw tonight at Unite? That's funny. I love that. That's the Christian man's making sure that you vote for the Christian candidate. Yeah, F this dude, honestly, I don't know what that's in response to. They were getting freaky at work. Oh, maybe that was in response to Steve Broussard. Knowing some of her officers, she's well respected. That's the general vibe that I get as well. She certainly has some people who are frustrated with her. Apparently, this is information that I just learned like last night. What Steve Broussard is saying there about her firing 50 employees, I never saw any evidence of that, and I never, like, she says that she's only terminated 14 employees. I've heard other police officers say that she hasn't like done these like mass layoffs that they're talking about. But I did hear somebody else who is well with local law enforcement that apparently several police officers were let go with like little explanation as to why they were being let go. That was a really frustrating and damaging experience for them. So I don't know. I don't feel like it feels like an opaque thing to me. I definitely don't feel like I have enough information. But based off her vibes, I like her. I like that she talks a lot about prioritizing mental health and law enforcement. That feels like a positive thing to me. This is an easy vote. I'll vote for what a boring job. Oh, Tax Assessor-Collector. Stop taking my money. She has a great rapport with the ethnic community in Beaumont. Who is that? If we were talking about Texas Assessor-Collector, you must mean Sean Weblock. Yeah, that's what I hear too. I hear from a lot of black voices in local leadership that they're all endorsing Weblock. They are indeed basically bill collectors. Yeah. I've seen her in quite a few places serving and advocating for the community. My grandpa was the president of the NAACP. I didn't know that. Of the Jefferson County NAACP. Since then, I've had cousins in the local chapter, and they speak fondly of her. Manuel, get me involved, man. I emailed and tried to call the NAACP to get involved, like volunteering to see like what they do locally, and they never responded to me. I was upset about it. But I'd love to get involved in some way with the local chapter of the NAACP. If I applied for one of these things, would you tell your chat to vote for me? Absolutely, I would. Absolutely, I like not even joking. If you decided to run for any local election, I would not only vote for you, but would strongly endorse you in any opportunity I got. What would you run for? That'd be interesting. If you're like serious about that at all. Tyler, I would vote for you. I also would vote for you. Blaine, thank you so much for doing this. Yeah. Sometimes it's daunting with the choices we have. Having someone break it down helps. Sure. Like I said, it's a resource that I always really wanted. And so it's, now that I procure a lot of this information for myself, I would love for other people to be able to have access to it as well. It is very helpful. Okay. Gonna have to consult the cheat sheet to remember all this again. Yeah, it is a ton of information. Command download, like Cameron did, will let you download the PDF of this. You'll also have the whole VOD. I'm going to put the whole VOD on YouTube. I'm going to cut it up into bits and put it on TikTok and Instagram as well. So you'll probably be seeing it around for the next several weeks. Command download will let you download the PDF for it. Surf and turf, that is. No clue what that could be referring to. I came for the vibes and learned some things. Still won't vote for certain policies and will vote against them taxing unrealized capital gains. Yeah, for sure. If you feel like I said, I was saying that earlier. I don't think that there's any policy position or candidate that, like, I might vehemently disagree with some of these policy positions and candidates. I might even have really strong personal opinions as to the morality of some of these policy positions and candidates. I would never fault any individual person for choosing to vote for any policy or any candidate. I think that people are led, especially like my Christian conviction leads me to believe that people are led by the Spirit to vote for, by the Spirit and by their personal lived experiences to vote for who they feel like is important to vote for. And whenever I'm voting for taxing unrealized capital gains and you're voting against it, then the legislation that our leaders enact becomes representative of what everybody wants instead of what just wealthy people in our community want. Participating in elections is the least most important thing that you can do. Certainly, like getting involved in your community, getting involved in advocacy work, is probably one of the most direct ways that you can participate in changing political systems in our country. But voting is one of the most accessible ways that we can upend our politics for the better. However, I did learn many things that can for sure influence my more local and state votes. Yeah, for sure. Oh, I never give Cassie a treat. Cassie. Oh, God. Let's see here. There she is. Oh, Quatty. You so excited? You know what the stream means? You love when these people give you treats? Okay, hold on. 1 second, and I will get the Cassie cam up and going. Cool. There it is. And we can turn these off. Cassie Cam. Okay, back up. There you go. Good girl. Okay. Wait. Sit. Oh. I have to go to sleep. Thanks, Blaine. See you online tomorrow. Yeah, 100%. We are playing more Lockdown Protocol tomorrow. So tune in for that because it's going to be super fun. I'm super excited about it. Let me catch up on this chat, and then I'm also going to wrap up here because I am super tired from talking for 5-ish hours. Hashtag free Cassie. There's got to be more to that we don't know. I guess that's referring to BISD. BISD has shown time and again they cannot manage money properly. That is true. I am voting for this. Certainly. And that is super true. Like BISD has, effed up their bag a lot of times. So I certainly understand feeling like that money is better spent in your own pocket. I'd pay if they actually do it to pay. Yeah, for sure. Which it might not be. We're just verbal. I don't know what that means. Go Orange Man. I truly don't care. Just don't tax my unrealized gains. Okay. It's super important for teachers to get fair pay, hoping something good will come from it. That's kind of my position is I think it's better to give up my 10 cents per $100 with the possibility of teachers getting better pay than it is like I know that they're not going to get better pay if I retain that money. So I think it's important to vote for it. So God used angels to save Donald Trump because he's God's chosen one. Can we talk about Orange Man in Central Park 5? Absolutely, we can. I always get people asking why people say Trump is racist, but it's his past that has shown a consistent problem. Absolutely. Another thing that I covered is his criminal conviction for violating the Fair Housing Act by refusing to lease apartments to black people is crazy, like a wild dog. But then, yeah, also like took a full page out in the paper saying that the Central Park 5 needed to be murdered, even though like they were exonerated of all charges, like bonkers. Kind of shocking how few influencers have won elections. Probably on account of the fact that it's hard to get online audience located in a single concentrated jurisdiction. Yeah, certainly. Yes, we are playing Lockdown Protocol with Kevin. It's super exciting. Yeah, I'll give up 10 cents, but I need some kind of bond written out or something. Yeah, that probably would have been better. Would have been like a specific policy. Like if in the phrasing of the proposition, it said that the funds had to be allocated for spending on teacher pay and not like administrative pay, that would have been cool. And I wish that they had said that. But they didn't. So, all right, buddies. This has been a cool one. Thank you all so much for participating. That definitely makes the content so much better. And tomorrow we are playing Lockdown Protocol. I decided to just take because I've been here nonstop since the very beginning. That's wild, Cameron. I can't believe that. So I can't not stay for the whole stream at this point. Death roll here. I'll give you.
No! I don't do this. No! Get out of the water! Ah!
I'll give it to you.
Death roll, Jacob. The death roll.
Good night.
Where is Cameron?
Okay, this has been the stream. Thank you so much for watching. Appreciate it. We're playing more Lockdown Protocol tomorrow. Tomorrow.
I'll just,
We'll see you tomorrow.
circumcision party?
So long, buddies.
Oh.